Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, what a nice echo. Good to hear one's voice so clearly in a room full of happy people. Welcome to the Estonian Wind Energy Conference 2024, marking our third gathering on this very topical issue. My name is Johannes Tralla. I'm a journalist at Estonian Public Broadcasting. And I guess we can say that times are actually changing. We can no longer say that no new wind parks have been installed in Estonia in the past decade, a phrase that was quite popular still a few years ago. Last year, we saw new turbines put to place in Saarde Park and foundations installed in the largest wind farm yet to be built in Sopi-Tootsi, marking a significant step forward. Today, roughly 160 wind turbines are generating renewable electricity in Estonia, but we do have a long way to go. So what does the future hold for the next 5 to 10 years? Well, as you all know, the state has set a clear goal that the volume of renewable energy produced by 2030 should cover 100% of electricity consumption statistically in Estonia. Now, the government and its agencies have started to pave the way for this goal to be achieved. But how are they doing? Well, we'll definitely hear from them today. Now, the broader context that we're facing, admittedly, is not the brightest when we look at the Estonian economy. 2 years of economic downturn and sharp declines in industrial production have certainly taken their toll. Traditional export markets, led by Finland and Sweden, are in decline, and energy prices remain a central concern for businesses, affecting competitiveness, especially when compared to our very efficient neighbors in Scandinavia. Also, in recent times, we witnessed unprecedented energy prices that luckily is a few years back from now, and our supply chains, power grids, and enabling technologies, therefore, must be secured to meet the demands of an electrified society over the long term. So how do we do that? What challenges do developers face? And what can the state really do to fully address the energy trilemma? When will new production capacities come to the market? And how can we use taxpayer money as efficiently and effectively as possible? How can we align the power grid to the needs of renewable energy and find a reasonable balance with environmental protection while speeding up the planning process? All easy questions, aren't they? Well, I'm happy that we have people here in the venue who know the right answers. So we're here to tackle these questions head on, and we have the key players, indeed, of the industry and from the state apparatus gathered here for that. Now, the transition to wind energy is clearly more than a technical endeavor. It's about shaping a future that benefits our economy, our communities, and our environment. Dear friends, all of you who are gathered here physically in this venue, but also those of you in hundreds, I understand, who are following us online, you have the opportunity also to ask questions and to direct our conversation here. Those of you who are here in the venue can do it the old school way. We have a microphone, so when I open the floor to questions, you can raise your hand and hopefully I can see you with the blinding lights over my head. If you don't notice my immediate reaction, just wave more or post your question online, because we also have the online expo environment where you have a dedicated button to post your questions. So, let's make this conference a milestone in our journey towards sustainable energy. And I'm pleased to hand over the floor to the chairman of the board of the Estonian Wind Power Association, CEO of Enefit Green, Aavo Kärmas.
Thank you, Johannes, Your Excellency, dear ladies and gentlemen here in Tallinn Vaba Lava, and also everybody who is joining us online. I'm really happy to see you all here, and really it shows that wind industry and renewables is something which is interesting for everybody. This is already a third conference in a row, and our mission is to really, as an association, to discuss, to elaborate on the topics. Of course, we focus on the wind, but certainly, if we look for the future, the mix of energy is really diversified. So that it's not only wind, it's solar, storage, hydrogen, and so on and so forth. But moving on to today's conference. So that first of all, I think that last year we all saw that it was challenging for industry. We saw an increase in cost of capital. The inflation was high. We saw turbine prices going up, construction going up. So it all actually had an effect on industry. But at the same time, last year in the European Union, actually production of power from wind actually surpassed production of power from gas. So this was really a historical moment, although still almost 1/3 of electricity produced in European Union is still from fossils, but this is a trend which will change quite soon. And last but not least, also in Estonia, it was the first year in our history and production of power from renewables surpassed actually fossils. So this is a kind of a good starting point for a wind energy as such in Estonia. Estonia has set itself a really ambitious targets. As we all know, by 2030, all energy consumed in Estonia should be produced from renewables, mostly from wind. So Estonia has a lot of good resources, both onshore as well as in offshore. So as Johannes said, yes, it was kind of a, how should I say it, the sign of many years ago. Everybody was saying that no wind farms have been added to Estonia already almost 10 years, and this is it. But now I'm happy really to say that starting from 2023, going forward to 25, actually, Estonian wind capacity will double compared to as it was 10 years ago. But still, as we know, it is not enough. So we have to increase our wind production about 8 to 9 times compared as it was 10 years ago, and we still have 6 years to go. But as we say in Estonia, what hurts you but does not break you gives you motivation to go forward. So I'm really optimistic that we can achieve those 2030 targets. And here I would like to also say that it's both onshore and offshore. I don't want to contradict one to another, which has been, in Estonia for a while, that there are stakeholders who are talking that it's only onshore, there are stakeholders who are talking about offshore. I think it's a combination because, with 2030, the world does not end, right? So we don't know what is actually the consumption in 2030. One may say that 10 terawatt hours is really modest, and other can say that actually it can be 2 times higher. So we don't know it yet, but still the need for electricity will grow, and we should not stop in 2030. So this is just the beginning, because we are in a long-term business. And I'm really happy to see that. I would like to thank Estonian state, Estonian ministries and the government for last efforts which have been made, because there have been many obstacles in a way. I mean, talking about the radars, talking about local benefit and so on and so forth. But still, there are many things to be done which are standing on our way. Mostly I'm talking here about the time for developments and also grid development. So that actually goes both for onshore as well as for offshore. But as I said, I'm optimist. I also think that the state has realized, taking that ambitious target, that things need to be changed in Estonia. And then last but not least, This needs a cooperation. It needs a wider cooperation between stakeholders, developers, state ministries, local municipalities, local communities, and so on and so forth. So that only together we can bring our dreams in reality. So saying that, I wish you all a really good and fruitful conference during those two days. So we have really good topics and good discussion, I hope, which will come. And also I would like to thank you all organizers, especially our Terje, our managing director, for making this happen. So once again, thanks for coming and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Aavo. Good to start the day with such a positive note. Further positive news, I hope, from the Secretary General of the Ministry of Climate, Keit Kasemets. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to welcome you all here in the Wind Energy Society and all other interested parties. Basically, Aavo said everything I wanted to say, so it's I don't know what it shows about the relationship of the association and the ministry. But I have no other choice than to add some flavor and some details to the more or less the same topics or same issues what Aavo also highlighted. Indeed, 2023 was the first year in Europe where renewables bypassed the gas. It was also first year in Estonia where we produced more electricity from the renewables compared from the fossils. But of course, we still have a very long way to go, as this was mainly not due to the big increase of the renewables, but it was more due to the lower consumption and the lower production of the fossil energy. And as you probably all well know, the current coalition and Estonia in general has a very ambitious target to really match then the Estonian consumption with the 100% of renewable electricity in 2030. And I had an excellent opportunity, this was now last week on Wednesday, to be in the parliament. Maybe some of you have heard about it. The state audit institution has made an audit about this target of is it really possible to fulfill this goal, and they reached the conclusion that this is still very doubtful that this goal can be reached. And we had a very interesting debate there, which was chaired by the currently the most popular opposition party leader, who is the chairman of the committee from Pro Patria, Isamaa. And he asked the question, it's just to illustrate a little bit on the political debate also. He asked the question from the state auditor. You know, state auditor, yeah, I understand that it's not so clear, can this target be filled or not? But as you have said yourself, can you confirm this is a really crazy target? And this shows that not everybody in Estonian politics support this high increase of the renewables. What I can ensure you is that the current government and the Ministry of Climate are fully behind this target, and this is our main priority to really make it happen in practice. And indeed, this year we will see the actual increase of the wind energy capacity. But this is not so much, I would say, due to the steps what the current government is making, but this is now due to the steps what have been made before, and we have managed to unblock several developments. And indeed, I think this year we will see doubling of the wind energy capacity compared with what we had before. But this is clearly not enough. And I will just give you some details on the immediate details, what we are planning to do and planning to achieve. We have quite ambitious plans, both what concerns onshore and offshore developments. On onshore, we have invested a lot from the ministry side to increase the capacity of the local municipalities who are doing the planning process. We are really providing a lot of support to them. We have really strengthened the environmental board, which is under our ministry also, to process much quicker all this kind of planning processes and also consult the local governments as much as it is possible. We are working also with the grid to really strengthen it, to invest more into the grid, and probably it will be discussed here also during the conference. We are planning to propose also changes in the legislation for this kind of pre-development of the grid, and which would make the life of the developers much easier. And there has been a long discussion also on how state can contribute to the development of the onshore wind parks in terms of the lands. The state has on the areas, basically the preferential areas for the onshore developers. We have now mapped, and we are finishing it before the summer, but more or less already we have a picture. We have mapped the state opportunities, and already before summer we are starting to really make auctions also for the usage of these state lands by the different developers. And some of these are already added to the local special planning process or the general planning. We will start with these areas, these lands, and then we proceed also with others. So we are very practically working to really make the environment better. We also see a big and crucial role for the offshore wind parks. As you well know, there are none in Estonia so far. But indeed, as Aavo said, the consumption is growing. And clearly we need also the offshore parks, and we are hoping now to get the approval from the government actually even in coming weeks to really come up also with the auction which would enable development of the offshore parks also. And I think other issue which when I not mention that, then you rightly say afterwards that the picture is not complete, is the grid again and the connectivity. And I know that we have challenges in terms of the really connecting the offshore parks quickly to the grid, but we are working with that also. And what I can say is that currently we don't only hope, but we are quite sure that this is possible to really develop the grid also in a way that the different developers of the offshore wind parks can also access the grid when it is necessary. So we have many practical plans. I really hope that these discussions today will contribute to the plans of the government also. My colleagues are here to be present in the panels and in the discussions. So I hope you excellent day today and fruitful discussions, and all the best for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kate. Indeed, we will go into detail with all of these issues already mentioned, also with the grid and with the planning and environmental questions in our panels throughout the next 2 days. But I'm now pleased to invite onto the stage the Dutch ambassador to Estonia, Mrs. Özlem Kanel.
Good morning. I hope it works. But I want to echo what Mr. Kermers has said, that for me, it's not onshore, off versus offshore. I think Estonia needs both. And I'm very happy to hear from Mr. Kasemets that things are also moving on the governmental part. Yes, good morning again at this wonderful wind energy conference. First of all, a big thank you, of course, to the Estonian Wind Power Association, and in particular Terje, for organizing this wonderful conference. Also, a big thank you to the wider Estonian wind energy community, the developers, the academia, the Ministry of Climate, and other authorities for taking us, the Dutch counterparts, into your family of the Estonian wind energy. You have always been very ready to attend our events, talk to us and to our visitors. And this is very much appreciated, and we feel very welcome here. Many of you have also visited the Netherlands, which we always encourage and support. You are all most welcome in the Netherlands too. I'm very proud, I stand here as a very proud ambassador to present one of the largest delegations that we have had while I am here in Estonia attending this conference. There are 30 Dutch business representatives from the offshore wind sector here that really want to engage with you on this very important topic. So please go and meet them and talk to them. This incredible interest of these 30 Dutch business representatives proves one thing, that things are happening here and that there is a lot of potential. I invite you all to come to our matchmaking session today at 3 o'clock. Please ask Kadri, I can't see you. Yeah, there is our Kadri. Please ask if you are not registered yet and wish to participate. Kadri can help you. Now, a few words on my country, the Netherlands. We have taken bold steps in switching to renewable energy, and we are still confident that our very ambitious goals for offshore wind will be achieved. Our goals are, just to recap a bit, 21 gigawatts in 2030. This would mean 16 of all energy needed, 75% of our total electricity usage. We want to go from 21 gigawatts to 50 in 2040 and to 70 in 2050. As of the end of December of last year, there is almost 5 gigawatts of offshore wind energy already installed. 1.5 gigawatt is being built, 4 gigawatt is in development, and 11 gigawatt is already planned. With this, we are already slightly ahead of the goals that we have set. However, we did not get here overnight. Therefore, I urge you, dear Estonians, to have a good look at our experiences and learn from our learning curves. Today, we are a front runner in cost-efficient offshore wind development and installation. To get here, we had to overcome significant challenges. As with other countries, the potential for offshore wind had long been recognized in my country. The Baltic Sea has similar potential. Even so, up to 2013, only a few offshore wind farms were actually in operation in our economic zone in the North Sea. Project developers were responsible for site selection and investigation, as well as having to go through the permitting process for projects with no guarantees projects would be approved. As a result, project developers faced high costs and risk before they could even apply for a subsidy. Out of 80 initial applications, just 4 offshore wind farms with a combined capacity of less than 1 gigawatt were actually built in our zone in the North Sea. But as part of the energy agreement in 2013, which was succeeded by the climate agreement in 2019, my government introduced a more proactive and supportive regulatory framework for offshore wind development. The new, more centralized framework is more proactive by nature, providing favorable market conditions for offshore wind project developers, such as legal planning of zones for long-term offshore wind development, multi-annual tender schedules of pre-selected sites, we call these roadmaps, and timely state-owned grid connections. For example, the wind park Hollandse Kust Noord was built within 2.5 years from tendering. Even if you add the site inspection of 2.5 years, this is still impressive. I will not go into the details of that wind park, but it is truly impressive also the time frame in which it was built. It became operational, so basically the tender was won in 2020 in July, and the wind farm was operational in December of 2023. So in what, a little over 2.5 years it was there. And this is only possible when all involved work closely together and fulfill their part and responsibility. Estonia is perfectly located to serve as an intermediate energy hub. Next to the developers in the Gulf of Riga, the area southwest of Saaremaa offers a huge concentration to be developed into offshore wind farms. You have a perfect starting point, and there's a real opportunity to take the lead in the Baltic energy transition. Please do not let this opportunity go to waste. And this is not just about money. It is about vision and leadership, about cooperation, finding smart solutions together, about being partners and sharing responsibilities and investments. I conclude my opening remarks. This is my final year here in Estonia. This summer I will be concluding my duties in Estonia. So please allow me to leave you with these words. Learn from our mistakes. See the obvious potential of your country and region. You have all the preconditions to become a front runner of the green energy. Take it. And when I come back in a few years' time, I hope to see the first offshore wind parks rise in the Baltic Sea. We are ready and willing to help. That is why we have brought this large delegation to this conference. Please come and talk to us, and let's explore our opportunities. I was at a hydrogen conference in Tartu last year where I said these words, "Build it and they will come." This is a quote from a wonderful movie called Field of Dreams. This also applies for the offshore wind parks. Build them and the economic activity, the employment, the offtake, and everything else will come. I wish you all a wonderful conference and see you at the end at our reception. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for these, well, very inspiring examples. I'm quite confident that both offshore but also onshore wind will not be a dream in Estonia. But hopefully when you return one day, you will witness those first offshore parks, creating jobs, boosting economy, and providing cheap and sustainable energy to all Estonians and people in the region. So, great inspirational speech. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now look at what's currently going on in Estonia. In the next 2 hours, developers and people working in important positions in the state of offices will give their vision, what is currently happening and what will be happening in the field of renewable energy in Estonia. So first off, we will get the developers here on the stage. Each of them will have roughly 10 minutes to describe where they are currently, what are their challenges, and where do they see the opportunities. And then we will later be joined by the representatives of the Ministry of Climate and the Environmental Board in a panel discussion. So, first of all, I'm happy to invite onto the stage Head of Wind Development in Enefit Green, Mr. Lauri Ulm.
Good morning, dear friends. I'm happy to see all of those friendly faces and familiar faces because we have met so many times already. So, about Enefit Green. Last year I showed that 6 wind parks are under construction it's the same, but one of them is now ready, Purtse. And in recent years and few years to come, we will invest almost €1 billion to develop the renewable sources in all our home markets. €1 billion, it's quite a lot. In order to achieve the 2030 goal for Estonia, we need to invest about €3 to €5 billion. So we are ready to make our contribution to that. In total, we will have over 770 megawatts of new capacity in our home markets, which will help to reduce the market price and produce electricity in a renewable way. What we actually really believe in is the innovative solutions. We have our first hybrid project, Purtse, finalized, which consists of solar and wind energy under the same grid connection. But we are not stopping there. We are investigating more and innovating even more. So we are doing a hydrogen pilot project because we want to learn. It's a small-scale project, of course, but with the help from the government and with the partners, we hope to learn a lot during the process, and in the future to use the knowledge we gain from that process and utilize them in the larger scale, for example, for the offshore project. We are doing also battery energy storage project. So this is also something new in Estonian market, how to handle the intermediate production, how to handle the situation when we are disconnected from the Russian side of the grid. And for that, we need additional battery energy storage solutions. It's a pilot project for us. It's a small scale, but also for us, it's a learning process, and we will gain so much valuable insights. So we are looking new ways how to do things in every step. And Martin Luther King said really well that in order to, you don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. And we are doing the first step here. And we encourage everyone to do the same. Our offshore projects. In the beginning of this year, history was made. The first offshore wind project in Estonia got the EIA approved. It's still a step in a bigger process which we are going through with this project, but at least this step has been made. It took over 70 years for us to actually complete it. It's a long, long time. With Liivi project, we are full steam going forward, doing the EIA studies. We will finalize them this year, then put the report together, and then hopefully in a year or so we will get our superficies license and building permit and all the approvals we need in order to actually construct the project. You might remember last year I spoke about bananas. So the bananas were the electricity which needed to transport from one village to another. So if we build all those wind parks, solar parks, then we will have a lot of electricity. But who will need that? As Kate mentioned, the government is currently working on a plan. The plan to keep the revenue security, which is just part of the plan and process which we need for the project. It's actually not fully for the developer, but it's more to get the loans, to get the financing in place, which is a cornerstone for the offshore project. The plan is that by 2030, as mentioned, 120% of annual electricity should be produced from renewable sources. It could mean 6 up to 10 additional terawatt hours of renewable electricity produced in Estonia. And there is a CFD scheme plan in place. But there is a good slogan, which I actually really like, that the revenue security is only given to the part which is consumed in Estonia. But this part actually increases also the challenges and the risks to finance those projects. So I made really quick calculations in Excel, so they're not official NFE Green statements. It's more kind of Excel exercise made in a couple of hours. When we take the annual consumption from 2023, there were only 17 hours when the total consumption was lower than the production from wind and solar. So I'm leaving biomass and other sources aside. So it's a good state. If we would have a CFD scheme for that, it would work. In coming years, we assume and we predict that the consumption will increase to 10 terawatt-hours, which is fine. For the economy to grow, we need more renewable electricity. There is really high correlation. In the next session, probably you can hear about that. If we take the under construction projects, we take the projects which have already been awarded with the renewable auction scheme or the floor scheme, then the total production from wind and solar will be around 3.4 terawatt-hours. Take few hundred gigawatt-hours here or there. Based on that, there are already over 400 hours where the consumption is lower than the production. But still, only 73 gigawatt-hours of energy will be exported, which is not needed in Estonia based on this data. I think it's also okay. But with that, we will only achieve the 34% of our goal. So 34% of electricity will be produced from renewable sources. But the plan is to go bigger. We want to produce as much as we actually consume. So this means, for example, this is just a scenario that we will add additional 100 megawatts of solar and 1,900 megawatts of wind. It could be a different number, but for my model, it helped to get to the 6 terawatt-hours. Then there will be over 3,600 hours when the consumption is lower than the production. And it is the case if we want to achieve this 100% of production. There are hours when we are producing more than we actually need, but it is needed in order to have, in a balance sheet annual view, 100% of renewable production matched with the consumption. Based on that scenario, 2.5 terawatt-hours of electricity is exported. It's 42%. So 42% of the time, if there is a scheme, like mentioned before, there is no revenue security. I'm not a financist or banker. I don't know, does it mean that we cannot finance those projects or not? There's a next panel, which I will carefully listen, and hopefully I will get the answer, that based on that uncertainty of 42% of electricity will not be secured, can we get a loan? Can we finance the project? Can you actually do it? Because in the end, what we want to do is make steps to achieve the bigger goal, to build onshore, offshore wind parks, solar parks, and have the new system ready to have the electricity produced from renewable sources. So I spoke a lot about bananas, but as you know, if the word doesn't give you bananas, maybe we can get some lemons. Maybe we can do some lemon juice. So the small steps we are doing to learn about hydrogen, battery energy storage, maybe e-fuels, could help us in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lauri. Next up, we have Guido Kartau, the board member of Saare Wind Energy, to give his perspective on what's going on and how he sees the future. Is it just lemons or bananas? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, friends of wind energy, friends of renewable energy. My name is Guido Karto, and I'm quite often speaking about the process of Saare Wind Energy project close to Saaremaa. Sometimes it's so that I feel that I speak more than we do, because quite many conferences and seminars and things like that, but it looks that that's the part of the life. Do things and speak about doing things. Saare Wind Energy offshore wind farm is close to Saaremaa Island, very logical. Based on that, and the next slide is also familiar to those who has been in conferences before like that. And short history, yeah. We started this project 2015 as a two-man journey, Veiko and Guido, Veiks and Guids. 5 years good progress, but not so good. Van Oord joined the company in 2020. And then the speed was even higher speed to develop things. And we are still in the early development phase after almost 10 years of development, which sounds a bit crazy, but as Lauri just said, the first AER took for Estonia 17 years to complete. So we are still in the path of record speed of AER. AER was started in 2020, and we sent out our AER report to Minister of Climate last Friday, about 4 o'clock. It was really good start for weekend for me. Something big is done. Now it's in the hands of ministry. So it's now in the process, and we hope to receive permits for that very soon, in a couple of months to come. But still, as you see, the operational phase is in this schedule 28-29, which is not fully realistic anymore. You should put at least 1 extra year there. We keep telling that 2030 is the full-size operational, but it's of course challenge to reach there, as you know. And it's and we can be the first one. Lauri just said that you have to do 1 year more surveys. I think Utilitas finished all the surveys. So Utilitas 1 year behind us, Enefit Green is 2 years. Just that's the logic of the project. And it's very difficult to be operational anybody before 2030. That's the sad side of the real life. Even if we heard politicians to tell that something is happening very fast and right tomorrow. What we are doing else, Veiko and Guido and Van Oord, very good setup of the team. But we are right now not looking for, but we are selecting the next strategical partner. I think latest next year in the same conference we can announce it, but I think it can be much earlier. So we grow the company, the team in near future. And then the problematic part. I will not tell all the problems we have. Just focus in one of them. And this is grid, of course. There are some numbers in this slide, and as we are in the west coast of Saaremaa and the closest substation is here, it's over 100 kilometers to go to get the grid. And we started, of course, already in 2020 to speak that offshore wind farm is nice, but it's even more nicer if it's connected to the grid. So we say that let's start spatial planning for grid development. In 2020, I think the understanding was that it takes 6 years to just make a planning, not design. And we say that 6 years is too much. And we had many seminars about those things. And in 2021, we made application for a national designated spatial plan, just to show that if we put this document on the paper, then it shows that it's too long. And we tried to, actually we did, it wasn't aimed to have this planning by ourselves, by Saare Wind Energy, because it's not the Saare Wind Energy task to make overhead lines over Saaremaa, it's Elering actually. And now it's clear that this is, the highways are done by transport agency. And big power lines is responsibility of Elering, the grid company. So in January 23, we stopped this planning, and then by Elering the development started, or actually, Estonian Marine Spatial Planning approved in May 22, and Ministry of Economy and this long ministry name, you know. Minister of Economy gave a task to Elering to start this grid process in November 22. I think it was November. And a year later, Elering made application to government, and this national designated spatial plan is in the government right now to start it. It was 2 times at least in agenda of the government, but not decided yet. So maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow or something like that. So it takes really too long even now, because we made also some kind of analysis, and actually the geographical location, there are not too many options. Of course, let's use existing power lines, corridors, and try to use as much as possible. So let's simply start that. And we have a kind of solution for that also, or recommendation. This upper scheme is how the planning is and development after that is going on. You do first step, and after first step you make the next step. And then you end up in 2035. If the grid is 2035, offshore wind farm is not coming earlier, quite logical. But it's too late, I mean, for many ways. So the simple way is just to compress things. You can't compress planning itself, but you can start next step before you're finishing first step. You have some risk, of course. It's some expenses, but that's the only way we can reach grid ready around 2030. And this is not only about Saare Wind Energy. I think the same applies for all the offshore wind areas designated by Marine Spatial Plan, to Pärnu area, to south of Saaremaa. So it's not only about Saare Wind Energy and Saaremaa. But yeah, that's the recommendation how to do things faster. Let's hope it's good way. And finally, also good news. I mean, we have some difficulties, of course, but I really see that we have more and more fans of offshore wind and onshore wind and renewables and everything. And for example, in Saaremaa, in Kuressaare, again, many good things are happening. We have more yes in my backyard people than not in my backyard people. We still have some not in my backyard people. I will not name all the names because it takes 10 seconds. But we have many yes in my backyard people. And education is one of the key words, of course. And Kuressaare Vocational School starting teaching blade maintenance persons and technicians, electrical technicians, this year and next year. So that's the very good progress. And first time in history of Estonian renewable, we have a Saaremaa pavilion in this conference area or mess area. We have all Saaremaa companies together, 5 right now, but it's just the beginning. So we have some good news, and we keep going as fast as possible, but with some challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido. Indeed, good news from Saaremaa. We will have an industry there with services we can export to 2 countries where they have offshore wind farms that are actually connected to grids, if Guido doesn't find a way to get the grid to Saaremaa before. But I understand good work and good progress is on the way. Also with planning the grid, we will hear from that in our panel. But before we get there, I'm happy to give the floor to the member of the board of Utilitas Wind, Rene Tammist.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Terje. You're a real superstar for pulling this conference together. It's really impressive. So I will share my thoughts where we are with Utilitas, with our developments, and take part later on from the panel in order to answer to your questions. For those of you who don't know what Utilitas is, we are an energy company currently in Estonia, being the largest renewable energy producer if you put together heating, cooling, and electricity. And in recent years, we focused more and more towards renewable electricity production, and that's where I'm focusing on today. So a few words about our onshore portfolio. There have been some good developments, especially when it comes to Estonia. Last year we completed 2 of wind parks in Estonia, Saarde, and Saarde being especially important for us because it's after many years first modern onshore wind park in Estonia, and the turbine tip height being 230 meters. And it's kind of an exemplary project in Estonia, and there's been a great interest towards this after the completion. Sometimes we feel ourselves like running a tourism agency, so there are many requests to actually visit, to hear about this wind park, and we are happy to share our thoughts with being interested people from municipalities, from state, from private sector. Also, we are happy to inform that from the latest round of renewable electricity tender last year, we won 300 gigawatt hours of capacity. And the target is to complete the construction of these parks by mid-27. So good developments in Estonia, and when it comes to our Baltic neighbors, our pipeline there is growing as well. And Latvia and Lithuania both have managed to speed up the planning processes really and remarkably. Lithuania, in the end of last year, even managed to make things even more smoother. So there's a great potential there, and especially Lithuania is very attractive market, but so is Latvia becoming. So we are really happy to be part of their success story as well. Now, when it comes to our offshore development, Saare-Liivi, again, things are developing quite quickly here. We are completing the remaining studies in the coming months and putting together the environmental impact assessment report to be presented to the authorities also during 2024. And we are about to start also the pre-design process for the Saareliivi. And of course, things could be even more smoother. So I'm glad to hear from the government side that there are great efforts being made in order to speed things up. And we are also partnering here in this process and hoping that things can be worked out quite quickly. So we are on schedule with our initial plans, which we have presented in previous years, but hopefully the government can also facilitate the processes and when it comes especially with the grid connection and with the CFD scheme, which has been under discussion for more than half a year now. But things look good, so hopefully these discussions can be wrapped up quite quickly. And last slide from my side is our hydrogen development or developments in general. So we are really taking focus on hydrogen economy, and we are happy to let you know that this year already we are completing the first full value chain project in Estonia. It's actually the first such project in the Baltic states, and this year we also received the good news that an additional grant has been approved by the government to make further investments into this facility. So things are on track with our hydrogen production and refueling stations, and we are on schedule to complete this year. As already mentioned, hydrogen economy is really of interest to us. So we are looking this also in the context of our offshore development. And with great pleasure, I have to say that there's also a big interest towards this opportunity from outside of Estonia as well. We receive quite often requests to discuss this opportunity and how we could partner with various stakeholders. But with this, I would like to wrap up and thank you all and wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Rene. Two more developers to listen to before we dive into the panel, and I'm pleased to hand over the floor to the development manager of Evecon, Karl-Jonatan Kvell.
So, hello from my side. Dear listeners, both present and online. My name is Karl-Jonatan Kvell. I'm development manager of Evecon. I'm going to do a brief presentation about the situation of the Estonian wind development landscape and also a brief introduction of Evecon. So first about me, I joined Evecon 3 years ago. Previous background, I'm an engineer. I graduated from TalTech, also worked in the DSO as a grid planner. So I have a pretty good know-how about grids, how to do the connection process, the cable routes, etc., technical solutions. So, Evecon, who are we? We are a renewable energy developer based on Estonian capital. We are developing, constructing, and operating wind, solar, and storage parks in the Baltics. Currently, we are operating 106 megawatt of solar assets, currently under construction, 170 megawatt of solar, of which in Estonia, 105. So last year, I presented the same slide. The numbers, of course, are changed. Last year, we had around 42 operating solar assets. This year, we have 106, so the increase is 2.5 times higher than a year before. But also in the first set, there's been a change, and the change is that we also develop, construct, and operate solar storage parks in the Baltics. So last year, we also started to do a kind of pilot project, but in that sense, a little bit bigger. We announced cooperation with a French company called Corsica Soleil, also a green energy renewable company. With Corsica, we are going to do 2 storage projects in Estonia, both BESS, Hertz 1 and Hertz 2, capacity 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt hour batteries. Both are located near Kiisa. Hertz 1 is located near Kiisa, and Hertz 2 is located near Aruküla substation. And both will be operational in the year of 25. So in the picture, you can see the Aruküla project. It's not yet in the building status. The works will be started at the end of this year. So a little bit about the Baltic portfolio. At the moment, Evecon has a 2.5 gigawatt of development projects. With that, we have 50 solar parks, 5 storage parks that are in Estonia, and 20 onshore wind farms. I'm actually pleased to say that a large number of Evecon Group wind developments are located in Estonia. So Evecon first operational wind farm planned to open in Lithuania by 2024. It's a 15 megawatt 3-turbine wind park. About the Estonian portfolio, that's only for wind, as it is a wind conference. We have 615 megawatt of development projects. We have 14 onshore wind farms. Biggest is 120 megawatt. And that's what's interesting number here is that by 2025, we should have, if everything goes by the plan, 360 megawatt of RTB status projects. And the first COD date for Estonian wind farm should be in 2026. So from our development side, 21, 22 was more focused on getting the contracts done, initiating the plannings. 2024 is the year where we actually kind of understand where can we build and how much we can build. So as we're running out of time really fast, some slides about the situation of the Estonia wind development landscape as well. So the small overview of Evecon is over. So if we are going to talk about wind development in Estonia, then the map or the plan I'm presenting is really important in that sense. So why there has been a freeze in wind development is actually because there have been different height restrictions in Estonia. So from 24 to 25 to 27, a large amount of area will be freed with the height restrictions. So because of that, actually, we have kind of wind development boom at the moment. So as I'm not going to go into detail, I will mark out some points that are good at the moment in Estonia regarding the wind development landscape. So we actually have many potential onshore wind projects. In the summer last year, Climate Ministry did the research, talked to all the developers, asked how many plannings are ongoing, and the number that they faced was around 7 gigawatt. That actually the developers have marked the probability of realizing the project really high. So I can say from my side, from my point of view as a developer, there are many potential onshore wind projects at the moment. Also, the general opinion of landowners, municipalities is positive. We don't see that kind of NIMBY effect anymore. Clear support from the state, from the media coverage and from interviews. We see that the wind, onshore wind, both offshore wind, are really important for the state to meet the 2030 goals. And therefore, I can say that that's good that we have a support from the state. Also, what we have, a well-developed high-voltage network to inject or to connect large wind parks to 330 kV, but it might be the best solution for the small or medium-sized wind parks. And also we have a good overview of different environmental restrictions. We have different maps. We know where the restrictions are. I think our registers are up to date, and that's really good to move on with the plannings. So what could be better? Of course, we can address these topics later in the panel, but still the planning procedures are quite long. 3 to 4 years takes special planning at the moment. I think there are ways to accelerate the process. We have a lack of experts in the sector. I mean, if anybody asks what to study in the universities and then say electricity and to specialize in the high voltage sector, we truly see that there is a lack in the sector. Possible delivery issues. I mean, it's a common problem for all the countries, all the Baltic states. Therefore, cables, high voltage transformers, wind turbines, the lead time is really long, and we should think about how could we minimize the risk. Connecting to the 110 kV electricity network, as I said, the 330 kV network is really well developed, really well planned. There is a free capacity today, but for the medium and small size wind turbines that are up to 100 megawatt, the connection availability isn't that good. And also what could be better? Better cooperation with co-developers, because we have different wind areas where there are 5 different developers. Everybody are in the conflict with their positions, and somehow we need to change it. And the last slide, I'm actually on time. Possible solutions. So still, changes in legislation. The purpose of change is actually making something better. So don't make something worse than it is. So always try to talk it through, try to think it through. Popularize the sector. We have in Taltech, I think we have different studies going on. Manufacturing in our region, just the idea to carry on. So maybe we can do something on our own. It's just a message for the electricity companies. Grid reinforcements. Again, the 110 kV voltage line is overbooked, and we need to do some grid reinforcements in order to make it going. And the change in the perspective of cooperation. So, in fact, we should not compete within Estonia, but rather with countries like Nordic countries. So we should compare us to them. They are actually way ahead of us. We should all share the same mission to bring new renewable energy capacity to the market really fast. Thank you from my side. If you have any questions, then now is not the time, maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to do the questions in the panel, if it's okay with you. So we're going to move on with our last developer presentation, and I'm happy to give the floor to co-founder and head of Baltics of Winder, Marko Viiding.
One of the reasons that we wanted to make Winder is the possibility to contribute to the change faster and really feel your own impact.
We started with wind power in high consumption areas. We moved on from there to include solar power. We're also looking into energy storage solution as a means of meeting the changing electricity market.
At Winder, we do know that access to affordable green power increases competitiveness. We want to contribute with our projects.
What unites us is that we're passionate about changing the world to the better. The whole industry is ready to execute, and the time to act is now.
Good morning, Your Excellency and all the friends. No enemies here. So I'm the guy from the video. And there's actually two other guys from the video also here. The girl couldn't make it, but I think will be enough. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having this opportunity to present just a few slides on how we see the Estonian wind power sector. First slide, obviously repeating as the eighth presenter some of the messages that have been already conveyed here, but with a bit of a visualization. So as Avo and also Kate pointed out, last year, 2023, the donut on the upper left side was the first time when we produced more energy from renewables, but it is only 2/3 of what we consumed. The other 1/3, or actually 40%, had to be imported. So if you put it in that perspective, the news, as was also conveyed by the speakers before, is not that great. Because yes, it is more renewables than fossils now, but it's nowhere close enough. And if you put that in comparison to the donut on the lower left screen, where we need to go, which the commitment is, that Kate was also reinforcing here, to go to 100%, 120% of renewable generation equivalent to the consumption we have in this country, then it needs to go up to 10,000. And that's a challenge, right? And it's not going to be, let's be realistic, it's not going to be 100% renewable generation by 2030. It will be supplemented by some imports or some non-renewable also, which is the small gray segment in there. But it's a great aim to have. I really like that slogan and that aim, and I truly believe it is realistic. And we have actually more than one option to choose to go there. The options is on the right-hand scale there. This morning I realized I forgot to put biomass in there. That's one of the other options. But it doesn't have to be only wind. But the good news is it will probably be mostly wind, purely for economic reasons. I'm an economist, so I believe in numbers. This is fresh numbers from 2023. This is from Norway. The lifetime cost of building and operating an onshore wind farm today is at 41 euros per megawatt hour in Norway. Now, the obvious question is that also true for your projects? I did some calcs. Some of them is more than that. Some of them is less than that, depending on the price of a turbine, which all of you guys know is the key determinant. But this is the cheapest technology. And this is why we also say that at least for onshore wind in our projects, we don't need subsidies. Yes, it's not going to be only that. We are not against other technologies at all. If it's fair competition, if it's fair market access, let them come. We need all that we can get. But we think that both we and several of you will contribute with lots of onshore wind power because it makes sense. Why do we say that? Why do we think we can do that? I know that there is quite a few people in this room that have been in wind industry longer than I have, that is since 2007. I've met a few of you today, so I know there are some people that have more than 17 years of experience. But it's not so many people that have that. I'm proud to say that I have been doing this for quite a while. This is why we founded Winder, as you saw in the video. And it's not that many people that can say that they've actually not traveled the countries on the world map, but worked with wind power in the countries in the world map, which we've done. What we also have is great backing from our majority shareholder from last year, Infravia. So in combination with great skills from around the world and great backing from our investor, we do think that we can make this happen, along with other actors in this country. We started Winder 4 years ago. I was actually pleasantly surprised to see that our commitment is even greater than Enefit Green's, although it is bigger for Enefit Green here in Estonia. So we have planned to put 300 million in equity into this country, out of the 1.3 billion that we have in the 4 countries where we are, Norway, Sweden, Estonia, and Latvia. But I think there's room for everyone. Also, maybe important to say is that we also aim to own the plants, which is why we also have turbines in Sweden. That's our 175 megawatt Birkvatnet wind farm. I think it's important to always remember, and that has been emphasized in this room earlier this morning, that it's not about just building wind power. It's not just about getting more electricity in the grid. What matters is the fact that you can then use the electricity. As Lauri also pointed out in his presentation, it's not about the bananas, it's what you do with the bananas. You can make banana juice, you can make banana whatever, houses out of banana boxes. It's the use of that electricity. So that is the end result there, affordable renewable energy leading to economic growth, so that we don't get stuck with 8 terawatt hours of electricity, but we can go to 10, to 12, to 20, which is tiny compared to our Nordic neighbors anyways. To do that, we are using the 17 years of experience to rely on the skills and technology that we have in-house. We are really proactive. We know that you have to talk to the municipalities and the locals from day one, even though the law doesn't oblige you to do that. And another really important thing that I'm very proud of is that we are fully transparent. Not only because we are owned by a fund and we are audited, but because I really think this is the key to the success. You have to be completely transparent in everything you do. So maybe that's a disadvantage in competition, because someone can guess what our next move is, but I think this plays out stronger in the long run. And with that, I think we can have projects with minimal impact, but maximal gains. And the last slide is with a cliche, time to act is now. I think there's no one that's disputing that. What does that really mean in the Estonian context? So it has also been emphasized in this room earlier that I think the government is doing a great job. I'm a big fan of the climate ministry. I think it was a much needed, absolutely on the last minute thing that this ministry was set up, and they're doing a great job. What we've also said earlier in our presentations is that unfortunately the climate ministry is not going to do everything themselves. So we need the local empowerment, we need the local municipalities, the local communities, the local business owners to be on board as well. And this is a 50-50 in Estonia. You have really great examples and you have completely the opposite examples as well. But that's not going to happen without their support. So no matter how hard the climate ministry is trying, we need the locals to be on board as well. Grid access has also been mentioned quite a few times here in Karl's presentation just before me, that grid access is instrumental. I'm really happy that as a result of a lot of interviews and meetings with, I guess, all of the developers with the TSO. Things are changing. It's finally in Estonia going towards a model that we see in Norway and Sweden, where the grid company is also investing itself proactively in the grid, not just being reactive and waiting for the developers to say, here please, and present the bill. So this is changing, and that's great. But well, this is just early messages, so let's hope that this turns into actions. We are, as I said, absolutely not against our technologies. I think we need all of them. We need offshore. Why not nuclear? If that fits into the grid, if it can compete in economic terms, I'm not against it. I just think that onshore wind power will be there first, because as I showed, that is the cheapest and the fastest to build. And last but not least, for that reason, again, I think, especially in Estonia, in the political debates that we have in the last let's say a year, the government is broke, there's money to put everywhere, put that elsewhere. At least I can say quite boldly that we're not going to apply for subsidies. So if that helps the government put the money elsewhere, we'll be happy. So thanks for the attention, and I'll, with that, hand over to the next speaker, which is also me in the chair, right? Yes.
Thanks indeed. You don't have a reason to leave the stage because you can take a seat along with everyone else who's already been on stage. Dear developers, please, you're welcome here. But we are also joined by two representatives of the state. Kaili Vilma, who's the head of Natural Resources Management Department of the Environmental Board, and Karlis Goldstein, who is the Renewable Energy Manager at the Ministry of Climate. So, good to see you all. And thank you for the audience who have already posted some questions. I will get to them in a minute, but perhaps I will start with Karlis, who has already received praise from the speakers for obviously his excellent work at the Ministry of Climate. For some reason, though, the National Audit Office made to the headlines with the report saying that the tripling of renewable energy by 2030 may not be realistic. Also, something that has been already mentioned today. So Karlis, what steps have the Ministry of Climate actually taken to streamline the processes that we need to tackle, some of them which have already been mentioned, namely, I guess, the grid and the planning. So what have you been up to smoothen things out?
Good morning to everyone. Thanks very much for the question. Indeed, the report came out 2 weeks ago from now. And there's one thing, I mean, that we can agree with the State Audit Office, and that's the fact that we have taken significant steps towards achieving that goal. Of course, history will then prove whether we'll achieve it or not, but the confidence that we have comes from the developers themselves, saying that they have understood the political incentive, that they have heard the export markets that are in need of products with very high ESG values and scores, with the renewable energy as a major component there. Now, what we have specifically done over the past couple of years, one, the most significant, which has been mentioned already, is the removal gradually of the height restrictions on land so that more onshore wind turbines could be built. Indeed, we figure that in bite-sized chunks, they can help us significantly to achieve our target and also to matchmake between the off-takers and the producers, so that every electron would sort of find its home somewhere with a company and then hopefully also be circulated throughout the Estonian economy sufficiently enough that it generates jobs, revenue, tax income, and eventually then adds to the positive trade balance of Estonia. So that's one. Second is that, of course, permitting was mentioned previously. That's a big issue. In terms of permitting for the Estonian Environmental Board, they have reduced their project screening times, which is good news. But I think that we need to take a step further from that still. The fact that they work around the clock, so, renewable energy for us is not just work, it's also hobby, often it seems, that fills our agenda. We do it with dedication, and it means that we need to look at the planning process in a more connected and whole way. And maybe in order to facilitate that, another thing I would mention is the support that we give to the local municipalities. Because if you look at what's going on the ground, they are really where the physical infrastructure will eventually lie. So yes, the state sets the framework, sets the goals, facilitates, but in the end, it's the developers that will have to enact on their projects. And also, the people will need to accept those. I mean, NIMBY and YIMBY were quoted a couple of times today already. Since last year, there's a measure in place to help share the benefits of generating renewable electricity in Estonia with the local municipalities and the people. So I think as we see that gearing up, because it's based on the actual revenue generated by electricity flows, the more we will see acceptance and also interest by the municipalities. And then, of course, on top of that, the state helps the people in the municipalities gain skills and competences with a special fund that we have set up. Just to mention a couple of things we're involved in.
Right. I'm quite sure we're going to eventually find places where the state can still make progress, and with the good help of developers here on stage, perhaps Karlis can then answer those questions too. But before we go to those, Kaili, I mean, how much pressure are you actually sensing to speed up environmental guidelines for wind farms, and are you bending to that pressure?
Mm-hmm. Hello to everybody. Can you give me a scale how to measure this pressure?
Well,
as you heard, we are hobbyists actually. It's our hobby to develop renewable energy, but actually the pressure, I would say, we haven't felt so high pressure until now. But now we are somehow already adapted to that pressure, and we have more and more good answers, I think. If we measure the temperature, meeting our developers, the largest ones, we can really feel that the temperature is lowering, not rising.
Right. Are you feeling the pressure now with this energy on the stage here? Or everyone's super calm and very happy with your work?
Yes, we have no critical notes about the environmental protection, and that's surprising actually.
Wow.
I haven't experienced it since I think last 2 years.
You have streamlined your processes. What have you actually been doing?
We have hired quite a lot of people, extra people actually, very good specialists with doctoral thesis protected, and we tried to educate our people, and just recently we asked also the developers to contribute to our education so we could analyze better and understand better their requirements. So we shouldn't ask them to act in a way what they can't because of technological restrictions, for example. And at the same time, we have developed quite several manuals and guidelines how to account to the environmental issues, environmental topics, for example. We are developing right now the thresholds of acceptable impact on species. And that's actually a huge task. The Germans did it for 13 years. We have to carry it on with 3 months, I think.
Right. Well, thank you for that good work. But as already we've heard, and not just today, but throughout the years, planning processes in Estonia take time. Lauri, why do you think the process is moving slowly, and still where do you see room for improvement?
First of all, Enefit Green has already made investment decision for 1 billion euros, and we'll do more. It's the planning. I mean, we have history of planning, and right now we have under construction projects which were made under old planning law, which was in force before 2015. After that, we haven't had any new wind parks given building permits, at least for larger ones, to be constructed. I think there are multiple reasons. One of them is that there hasn't been courage to make decisions, and there have been multiple factors which have made it's hard to go through the planning process. So we had NIMBY. Now, thanks to the local benefit law, it is better to communicate with the local communities. Also, it is now evident that we need new renewable sources. So the market price, the high market price, which we are still actually feeling every day in our electricity bill, helps to develop new wind projects because they help to reduce the market price. Regarding the planning process, then still to get the approvals to make the decisions, then the Environmental Bureau is doing a great job giving the answers. But still, I'm not that optimistic that onshore is only enough by 2030 to solve our goal, 100% of renewable production from renewables. Because with our projects, we always see that there are uncertainties and new species to be found. And even though we will get answers quite quick, then often they are that investigate that, is not allowed to do that, and so forth. So
you're not getting the answers that you were hoping to get.
We are not getting the answer we were hoping. You can say that way as well, that we believe we have done enough work. We believe we have engaged the right specialists to go to the site to investigate, and still we are seeing answers which will say that investigate that, or I don't know, leave some turbines out. So that's why I'm not that optimistic that we can find a place in Estonia for 350 turbines to fulfill our goal without actually causing a significant environmental impact. So maybe an environmental bureau knows that, do we have room for 350 turbines in addition to the projects we are already constructing?
Guido, there's a question from the audience to you, partly touching what Lauri just said. Do you still think that the ambitious goal of Estonia to be fully, to cover 100% of our energy consumption from renewables by 2030 is still realistic, looking at your experience in Estonia as a developer?
I'm developing offshore wind farm in near Saaremaa. And I just say that maybe we are ready by 2030 if the grid is there and everything's excellent. So somebody can say that the offshore wind farm is kind of plan B if onshore is not making the job. And I'm not developing onshore. If I believe everybody here speaking that onshore is going very fast, then why not? Yeah. But I also have some similar feeling as a state auditing bureau that maybe it's not happening so fast.
So why? Where do you see the problems and issues that need to be solved?
Just because of my background before being a planner and environmental expert, I think that still permitting is one of the bottleneck. Maybe supply chain also, but yeah, planning is a difficult topic, and there are a lot of places you can just be in delay.
Planning and permitting, especially looking at the local municipalities who understand the state has actually given significant support. René, in your experience, are things moving faster, and what still needs to be done to get things moving?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I think we shouldn't be so gloomy. So there are many things that are really excellent in Estonia. I think first the target of 100% renewables by 2030, this is exceptional, even by the European standards. So it's something that is really ambitious, and I really praise the government for taking such an ambitious goal.
Wonderful target. It would be even better if we actually had it in practice, right? Not just in strategy documents.
True, and also I think compared to many of our neighbors, what's good is that we are currently discussing putting in place a scheme in order to mitigate financial risks of these renewable electricity investments. So I think that's really also excellent. And there are many other things that are going in the right direction, being, for instance, grid solution that is currently being discussed, and things that were already mentioned by Karlis, radars, and so on. But there's a few concerns, of course, and planning and permitting is definitely one of them. Things are not going that smoothly as we see, for instance, in Latvia or Lithuania. I mentioned also in my presentation that Lithuania managed to smoothen things out even further. So basically there's in place approach both in Latvia and Lithuania, where you can really within 1.5 years reach the stage where you have completed all the necessary studies and then basically get the building permits. So that's really different from what we are experiencing here in Estonia. So I guess there's a need to really have a look at where we are in Estonia and try to speed things up. And in this regard, as we are parts of planning processes in 15 municipalities, so we have a very good understanding where the things are and have a good cooperation with the municipalities, with various state authorities. But I think there's a need to have a principal look, in-depth look, what can we do better in order to really smoothen things out.
Karl-Jonatan, you seemed rather optimistic about the future. Have you met with local municipalities who have this NIMBY thing going on? And where do you see the planning and permitting process, the struggles still that need to be ironed out?
I mean, just one thought, a lot has been done. We are moving in the right direction, but if the 2030 goals will not be met, then maybe I'm a bit harsh, but it will be not the fault of developers. I think the work that has been done is currently enough. There are a lot of contracts signed. We know where are the best areas. Just a thought that I would like to share. But
so as a journalist, of course, I need to ask, who can I blame them? Who should I call? Who should I quote as the main guy who to blame?
I wouldn't like to blame anyone yet.
Well, I need to. I'm sorry. I need to know.
2031, maybe I can blame. But yes, I mean, again, the purpose of change is making something better. So if you want to change, then let's change. But we need to really think through if there are some benefits that we are going to get from the legislation amendments or not. So the design conditions part was introduced last year. There were a lot of misclassification, a lot of phone calls with local municipalities, with different developers. Should we start the planning process from the start, or can we continue with these terms? So I think still we are moving in the right direction. And if you change something and people, let's say, get to know the changes, adapt the changes, then let it be maybe. Let us do the plans we have at the way the legislation scheme is. So if we change all the time things, then it's really, really hard to understand what's the right direction for us. So at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, then all Estonia, we have 40 different planning procedures ongoing. These are special plans and detailed plans. From Evercon point of view, we initiated last year 4 detailed plans. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And about the NIMBY effect, most of the municipalities we are present are not actually against the wind turbines. So we have solar parks, wind turbines, we have the storage facilities, and things are moving in the right direction.
Margo, as we're trying to wrap up this planning and permitting discussion here, I'm sure maybe some of you have more to say, but this is at least the first round. What are your experiences in Estonia, and where do you still see room for improvement? And who would you like to blame if we don't reach the target? The most important question for me, of course.
I said it before that what we also have is the benchmark with Norway and Sweden, and I think we actually have to also praise the Estonian process compared to what we see in Norway and Sweden.
It's better?
It's faster, at least. And this is hard to believe, right?
Because it is hard to believe for an Estonian.
About 2030 targets. But just to put things in perspective, what we plan in Sweden is at least 8 years of planning process. In Norway, 6 perhaps. Some of the projects we started before we started a project in Estonia still haven't gotten to the point where we start talking to the municipality about starting a process. Yes, it is slightly different there also, because in Norway and Sweden we do our own environmental analysis first and then hand it in. But I think it's just important to also say that it's not that bad. It all depends on the benchmark you choose. However, that being said, I would be lying if I said that everything is fantastic and will be done next year. Clearly, there's room for improvement. I pointed out that I think it very much depends on the municipality itself. There is very good examples where it's a very smooth, very fast process, lots of interest from the municipal politicians and the staff. And there's also the complete opposite, where the excuse is, well, we're going to have offshore and nuclear anyway, so no onshore in this municipality. So it's impossible to make a one-size-fits-all conclusion. And if you ask about pointing, I think Carl has a good strategy of not pointing the fingers, at least not yet. But it also would then really be depending on the municipality. In some municipalities, it would be unfair to point at anyone. And in another, you could definitely point to more than one.
Right. Would anyone like to add something about planning and permitting? Go ahead.
Just a remark that I agree with Marco. The municipality is the key player here. I mean, if they want to have new renewable assets fast, then it's a smooth process. But if they don't want, or the people there don't want, or the mayor doesn't want, then the things really go slow. And we have good examples, we have bad examples. Lääneranna County, I will point out somebody, is a good example. They have ongoing special planning at the moment, but also they have operating assets, 4 or 5 different wind parks already. And we have some examples where there are lots of prospective wind areas in the south side of Estonia, but the municipality is a little bit too conservative in that sense.
Go ahead, René.
Yeah, I think that the municipality is not maybe a right place to look where to speed things up, because the overall process is set in stone in the regulation, and there's no way actually to overcome this. So in order to change things much faster, you have to look at the regulation. That's perhaps one thing. The other is that...
So what would you need to change in the regulation if you don't want to go and
I think
talk to the municipality?
We don't have to look too far. Latvia and Lithuania are making things really efficiently, and I think there's a need to talk to our colleagues in Latvia and Lithuania and see what they've done, and that fits into the European legal framework as well. Now, I also want to make one other remark, which is related to offshore. So compared to onshore, in the case of offshore, the planning is already in place, so there is no need to go through the planning process. It's just a need to go through the environmental impact assessment. In that sense, I also believe that offshore can and hopefully will make the contribution to the 2030 targets already.
It's quite a short deadline, but Kylie, you raised your hand before.
Yes, what we have suggested to the local governments, that actually don't select all the possible places, but select the best ones and the most suitable ones, considering all the possible conflicts. Because if you select all possible areas, it means that some very bad areas actually will stop the process, because you require more investigations, more surveys, and so on. And because of this conflict-solving procedure, it delays all process. But if you select only the best ones with fewer conflicts, then you can move faster. And of course, you can't avoid species moving around. I can understand Lauri's frustration, but
it's very annoying.
Yes, it's very annoying.
Species moving around.
Yep.
Can we stop that somehow? Maybe you could do something about that.
No, but we are about to let them to compensate the possible damage in future. The legislation is not on place yet, but it's coming.
Karlis, we heard that we shouldn't solve the problem of planning and permitting in the local municipality, but we should solve it with regulation. Taking good example from our friends in Latvia and Lithuania. Have you looked into that? Is the solution there?
We have indeed, but what I would say is that there's no one-trick pony, that you really need to bring the various levels together. So as concerns the municipalities, I would just add that it's a very fundamental and sort of world-changing moment that we are undergoing right now in terms of the energy system. If you look at how the grid has been laid out and also how electricity has been produced and consumed previously, it's usually a very centralized production model, and then the off-takers are in the municipalities. Now, what we're facing regularly, and we need to collaborate on, is trying to understand what the benefits and gains would be. Because having an onshore wind park or an offshore wind park near your coast is not seen as a privilege right now. However, I mean, in the ministry, we sometimes tend to see, well, it improves your resilience, your energy supply, you can be more secure about having electrons in your system. Plus, you can secure...
Sounds like all the benefits are coming to you. Why not take it, right?
Well, you need to take things with a pinch of salt, always, right? You might have the banana, but what do you do with it then in the end, right? So whether you simply look at it from a distance and admire it, or you actually, you know, generate some economic revenue around this. So I think it's more, I mean, our work is to explain to the municipalities where the possibilities lie, but to make them concrete, I hope that also the developers can help us out on this.
Right. Well, I think we should talk a bit about the grid as well. If we have exhausted the first round of planning and permitting, I understand new ideas from the Ministry of Climate are on the way about how to make the grid more accessible to developers. Less money, more grid being sort of socialized. Karlis, perhaps you could draw out the basic principle. I mean, Lauri already mentioned the fact that in the future, I mean, you could only bet on the state support on electricity that is consumed in Estonia, but that also comes with a carrot, right? So what are you planning with the grid?
It's early days because the government still needs to approve the specific steps. But indeed, it's true that the idea has been aired, that we've listened to the developers saying that the generation side capacities on the grid are very expensive. So that's the first bottleneck that we will need to address, to share the cost of the back grid development so that the developer still would pay for the substation and its connection, but then the back grid development would be shared with the energy off-takers elsewhere. You mentioned the state support. I think the big issue, especially those who plan to build offshore, is the interconnection issue. We're working really hard to bring some of them forward, especially the Estonian-Latvian connection, and hopefully I will be able to tell something more about this in the near future. And indeed then about the carrots, and that Lauri mentioned that the state would support the additional renewable electricity generation to the extent that is consumed in Estonia. Well, that is basically carried by the thought that indeed electrons are the low-hanging fruit. In order to add value to those electrons, we should think about how we use them within Estonia. We have heard about investors, especially Power-to-X, seeking clean energy to set themselves up in Estonia. So this is our reply to this, to smooth out and incentivize the developers to work together with the future off-takers rather than relying simply on Estonian state or taxpayers' money.
So perhaps we will first concentrate on the grid. So do you think the state has finally found this right approach, how to make the grid connection like optimally accessible, taking into account the huge investments that are obviously needed in Estonia, where most of our electricity historically have been produced in around Narva, and now we need to like totally change the system. Lauri, how do you see the plans that are in movement now with the grid?
I was really surprised when I heard the rumors about having fixed fee for connecting to the grid, because, I mean, as you know, historically, in the east side of Estonia, the grid is really strong, but in the west side, we need reinforcements. So it used to be that from the economic perspective, the investments are going to the places where we have the stronger grid and possibility to build the wind parks. Now the new scheme allows you to connect to the weaker grid with fixed fee, so the costs are socialized among all the parties who want to get the grid connection. So
is that good news?
It is good news, I think, because the uncertainty of will you get the grid connection for your offshore project, for example, now we know 1,000 megawatts is around 45 million euros plus some substation costs. So the uncertainty that how much will it cost, how much reinforcement you need is now clearer, and we need that in order to build long-term projects and to get the financing.
Guido, I mean, does that help you in your job? Because you have a wonderful site, but there's like no grid nearby.
Absolutely, we have a wonderful site and grid must be there because that's the new center of energy production. If you will rely on Northeast Estonian oil shale, it's not very perspective. First of all, doesn't matter is it subsidized or socialized. Grid will cost a lot of money, and by the end of the day, somebody must pay for that, consumer probably. So that's just a question of how to time it and how to name it. There is no free public transport actually in Tallinn. It's paid by somebody. Secondly, grid is of course expensive. It's hundreds of millions of euros, but production units are billions of euros. So very roughly, the grid is maybe 10% of the full price. So it's not such a big money in that sense. I also don't have hundreds of millions in my pocket right now, but
me neither. No.
But it's in the context, it's not the biggest issue. And of course, I agree with Lauri that if the price is fixed, then you can make a plan. If the price is that you're going to buy ice cream or beer, and it can be euro or 100 euros. You don't know before you order. You drink your beer and then you get the bill, and it can be very different. That's the problem in grid also. Fixed price is, of course, giving security.
Well, I don't know the fixed price. Does anyone here know the fixed price? I mean, I guess Karlis knows. I don't know if he can tell, but maybe all of you know it. I'm the last one.
You are the last one, yes.
I am the last one not to know the fixed price. So what's the fixed price for everyone?
It was presented last week, 44,000 euros per megawatt ampere. So
I had just returned from vacation from Thailand. I was still in another universe. Thank you for spelling that out. So that solves things with the grid, René.
Yes,
definitely. We don't have to talk about the grid anymore.
It's definitely moving in the right direction. So we first, of course, need to see the details. But what was presented last week is definitely encouraging and in big step forward in the right direction. Questions that I had were related to the cost. So why exactly 44,000? And if you take, for instance, 100 megawatts of or 200 megawatts of onshore wind park and compare it to the cost of grid connection in Latvia, for instance, then the prices there are significantly lower, and so on. So maybe that's one questions to be addressed. But overall, I think it's something that is moving in the right direction, and hopefully we can hammer out the details very quickly and then adopt it also by the parliament in order to really create this certainty for the developers, for the investors, that the grid is really there, and especially important, this sort of pre-development from the Elering side is from the offshore wind developers' point of view, because already now Elering should take some steps in order to make sure that the grid is there when we are ready to connect.
Karl-Jonathan, is that the grid news just good news for offshore, or do you also see clarity and a wonderful future ahead?
Let me be clear. It's not 44, it's 88,000 euros.
Well,
44 will be paid by developer, and the 44 will be paid by the consumer. So that's the overall cost of it. I mean, overall, as a developer, it's a good news. So projects that didn't have any, let's say, view now has a possibility to realize. In that sense, the idea is that the developer pays 44,000 euros, doesn't pay the deposit, and builds out the substation and the connection point with another tender. The idea is also that Elering will do an investment around, or the state will do an investment around 300 million euros to the grid, and with that money we will get around 3,000 megawatts of possible wind parks, availability to connect, and 1,500 megawatts of solar parks. So as a developer still, it's a good news. Now there's a possibility to wind almost everywhere, whereas the grid existing. But as a consumer, it's a lot of money. I still think that that approach should be the last step. In order to do the last step, we need to recognize if all the previous steps have been done. So at the moment, we have 2.7 gigawatt of ongoing connection contracts at the moment that are being built out, 1.3 gigawatt of existing contracts. So the technology neutrality aspect, that is here what I want to say. We have different connection points built out historically throughout Estonia. Maybe there was a wind possibility in the region 10 years ago. The connection point was built out, but now there's a possibility to, let's say, solar parks or storage parks, but we cannot change the technology. So first we should look what do we have at the moment. Is it enough before going to socialize the grid with a large amount of money? And also the other aspect, 300 million will be invested to the grid, but also if the grid is, I mean, the reinforcement works that have to be done will be done according to the connector itself. So that's maybe Karlis can explain the second point where the state is going to compensate the costs that are needed to do. Thank you.
Can Karlis explain the second point?
To be very clear, what we're daily working with on the energy area is basically three strands. One strand is that you need to have secure supply of energy. So that's one thing. The second strand is that it needs to be more and more clean, renewable, low in CO2. A third pillar that we're discussing right now is the affordability aspect, so that it needs to be affordable. So it has multiple various parameters that interplay with that. In essence, it would mean that on the final consumer's energy bill, we hope to bring down the energy component price because of the reduced use of CO2-powered and ETS-burdened fossil fuel generation. But at the same time, we see that we're transitioning towards a much more demanding energy system in terms of how it's set up. It's much more complex. So, in effect, there could be an additional fee, a limited fee towards the energy consumers to help build out those grids from the state. But that's only one, let's say, small component. The bigger picture in the end will be in what scale we will need dispatchable energies in order to ensure that the lights stay on across the year, all around the 24 hours that we've got. Also strategic reserves, because we'll be desynchronizing quite shortly, and we need to ensure that the system remains in balance and in the right frequency. And then, of course, the upcoming auctions. So if you need to incentivize new renewable energy producers to come online, then those funds will eventually need to come either from the energy bill, from the state budget, from various sources, but in the end from the economy. And in this, we hope that the risk assessment from the developers will be such that they will see a business case, a positive one, even regardless of massive support. So in the end, it's really about what we as a society contribute to this generation, added generation for electricity, but then each citizen that provides their support and hard earnings to the sector should receive something in return in terms of a better quality of living, jobs, better infrastructure around. So that's the state view. We need to bring all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Karl, and then Marko.
Thank you. Just one question. As I understand, the scheme is new, but in order to understand, we truly support the scheme. But what's the cost to the consumer in order to make the connection points availability for 3,000 megawatts of wind and 1,500 megawatts of solar? What's the overall cost for the consumer is my question. Do you know that?
I won't be able to tell you off the top of my head. I would need to check with colleagues who deal with this daily. But happy to come back.
Okay.
Right. Marko.
Yeah, Karl already actually touched upon it because the two of us had that discussion. I think there would be more intrigue here if we had this panel 2 weeks ago before the news came out. So now it's actually great, and let's wait for that, and let's hope the details come out. So no point in speculating before. But that is a fair point that the two of us were discussing. Is like, did you guys calculate that? Because it sounds almost a bit too good to be true. But let's see what that turns out to be. I think the thing that I would emphasize here is just predictability and stability. And I think Estonia has been rather good in this. It's been a conscious decision by all the governments we've had. We can all think of the support to the micro solar panel producers that the state held up, paying the 53 euro per megawatt hour, although it was never envisioned to be built as huge wind farms. It was originally meant as a support to smaller installations, and they held up to that, and they kept the word. It's like, okay, our bad, we kept up to that. I'm hoping it will be the same with the grid connection, that if you calculate that, if you announce the number, and you will say that it will be a fixed price until 2030, you'll stick to that no matter what, even if we end up building 6,000 megawatts for this grid connection price. And I actually don't have, as I said, based on the previous experience, doubts that this commitment will be held. But let's stay tuned for more details.
So I should worry about where my tax money is going. That's basically what you guys are saying.
I'm a taxpayer too.
Well, we all are, I guess.
It is actually to be...
But it's a generous scheme, I understand.
No, well, it's not that generous. And again, let's put it into perspective of what it costs in other countries. But it is, to clarify what Karl has said, it is not just all the taxpayers paid, it's the people that consume, or the companies that consume electricity. So what matters is the total cost. And what you do with that electricity, how you use that. So it's not so straightforward, plain vanilla. But I think my point is it's too early to really speculate on this since the news is quite fresh. So let's stand by.
Rene.
Yes, I think that what Karl was also saying, that the society or the ratepayers overall reaps the benefits from this predictable grid access environment. So if the grid is pre-developed, enabling faster access of cheap renewable electricity into the grid, that in turn actually would benefit everyone, because we are able to consume cheaper electricity, and that's definitely not only for household consumer beneficial, but also for the industrial consumers, and creates also the flourishing environment in order to make the industrial investments into Estonia.
Lauri.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of growing society that we are willing to invest as a society to something which will benefit in the future. Karlis mentioned that the state expects jobs, new benefits, and so forth. So it's always the egg and chicken question, that which will come first, renewable production or the consumption. So we are really good at producing electricity, renewable electricity. We will be really good at producing green hydrogen, probably some fuels for the future as well. But we cannot solve all the puzzle ourselves in our shoulders at the same time, that we will bring the consumption, all the benefits. But we can do our part, so someone else has to do their part and bring the consumption to us. We are ready to produce and invest.
As a journalist, I have an idea that I have a good sense of imagination, I have good fantasies, but it is a bit difficult to imagine a huge factory being built that relies on electricity, which it then doesn't have. I mean, it's not a question of egg and chicken. It's you need to have the production first, which you can export, and then you can have the factory or a high energy demanding infrastructure there later.
Exactly.
Right?
At first, you have to invest. You have to create the environment which will attract the investments. What the Nordic countries are really well doing is they're saying that we will invest, we will produce, we will have the green hydrogen hubs and so forth, which will attract the new investments to start the consumption in there. So if we would make the investment decision for our wind parks in large scale, it will also attract new consumers. But we don't know who they exactly are. We know that the Environmental Investment Bureau of Government is doing a great job. They are attracting a lot of investments. But still, if nothing is under construction, we cannot actually connect them yet.
So, Karlis, I do understand that you have an idea how to bring together energy producers and consumers so that each electron, as you previously said, found its good place to be. And that means, like many things, among others, developing this kind of a new platform that would need to bring together a lot of players, a lot of different databases. So what are you doing exactly, and where are you progressing in that?
Well, the first benchmark that we'll need to achieve is indeed covering the current Estonian annual consumption with renewable electricity. A little bit of the chicken and egg discussion is related to whether or not we need to oversize a little bit, looking to the future, additional offtake, but also electrification of the more conventional end uses, such as transport electrification and heating and cooling electrification. Now, something that we've been working on quite intensely right now is following the life cycle of a project from conception to actually materializing. I think it's something that needs special attention because I don't think anything like this has been done before, and in principle, if you're familiar with the IT sector tiger leap that we had, almost 2 decades ago now, this could be a reconceptualizing of this in the energy segment. So what I mean is that, I'll take Marco up on his 6,000 megawatts of additional generation. But the point is that as we progress, probably those generation capacities won't be there from one day to the next. So it starts with conception, with planning, with permitting, etc. And indeed, we have so far an in-house tool under development so that we could follow the planning processes, since the Ministry for Climate is responsible for the actual delivery, but there are so many stakeholders involved, not just from the private sector, we mentioned municipalities, also various ministries and agencies and boards. Then it's important to bring this together and package it into a value proposition, which we're also working very closely with the Estonian Investment Agency and Bureau. The idea there is that eventually, as we see that the permitting has visibility for completion, which could be a couple of years from the actual feeding into the grid date, that's the moment where also the future off-takers could see what the volumes are. So in basic terms, we're thinking of an renewable electricity Tinder kind of platform, so that you could.
Sexy.
If you like your electrons hot, that's for you.
I do appreciate my electrons hot, yeah. But do you have a specific aim, like a target that you want to reach? I mean, we know this 100% of consumption by 2030 is a nice target, but I guess people here are watching much further along the way. I mean, where do you see us in 2035, 2040? We heard from the Dutch examples. They have goals set for, I don't know, mid-century past that. So where does the Ministry of Climate has their targets set? Are we talking about 6 terawatt hours? Are we talking about something bigger?
I mean, the figure is your guess or anyone's in this room, actually, because we're not just thinking 2030, we're thinking beyond. We're thinking 2050, that's the legal framework, but eventually us and our kids will be around beyond that, we hope at least. So right now, there are preparations for the Estonian energy management strategy. By the end of this year, it should be adopted with a time frame of 2035. So this is where we see that the measures and more concrete steps that the state is taking are taking shape. And it's not just the energy people, it's also people in the housing segment, etc., in the transport, in the industry side. So all of this will be integrated into one document by the end of this year. I can be very concrete on that. But of course, we do modeling also beyond. But as you know, with modeling, anybody's guess is as good, 20 years down the road. The circumstances will change significantly. The commitment that we have is that we don't simply reach the 100% renewable electricity target by 2030, but we keep up with the increasing demand throughout the years so that we keep this commitment for the future as well.
But about this energy Tinder that I'm very excited about, when do you see that going live?
Well, the sooner the better is the answer, of course. Right now,
that's always the right answer, but do you have a more clear?
Right now, it's a prototype as a dashboard for our management to follow the projects and to communicate within the government. But as soon as it's tested and tried and it has a nice user interface, plus then hopefully integration of the Ellerings database so that you can actually sort of have your own little wind turbine, follow it, and make sure that it generates the electrons that you want. That's the moment then that I can see that it's completed. There's still plenty of work for this ahead, but if there's interest from the industry, please let us know and we'll pursue it with additional effort.
Right. Marko, you had a question.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit incorrectly quoting Aavana, our chairman, that exactly what you just pointed out, and what you said, that the world is not stopping at 2030. It's a nice interim goal to have. And in Estonia, we like to have goals. Go to NATO, go to EU, go to OECD, have 100 or 120% renewable. But it's obviously, we need to think beyond 2030 to 2050. And that 6,000, that's probably not going to happen even if you allow that, because we can calculate, right? I'm a believer in free markets. So I think also thinking a little bit in my answer to you, the taxpayers shouldn't be that worried, because none of the projects will be built if they're unprofitable. And this is a little bit in also reflecting what Kylie was saying before, that our recommendation to the municipalities is the opposite. Have as many areas in there as possible. I can see from your point of view why you say the other way, but even because a lot of the locals are freaked out if they see that, the developers, they want to build 20 wind farms in our municipality. The reality is the success rate, and Enefit Green knows this probably best, is more like 1 in every 4 wind farms being built. So you need to have more of them lined up, because a black stork makes a nest. It's going to be too expensive to connect to the grid, or the locals block it with their tractors, or the Euribor gets so expensive, or the turbine price gets so expensive that I at least postpone it, if not cancel the entire project.
Or everything.
So it's not a given.
Everything happens. What you just mentioned. What happens then?
I think all of us sitting on the chairs here today have calculated this into our projects. So obviously, to do business, you need to take some risks, but it's calculated risks. You need to think through what it's going to cost you, and I have no confidence that most of the developers in Estonia have done that.
Kylie,
it's so now. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's so nice you pointed out in my speech as well, because what we are worried about is the cumulative effects. It's not only the wind turbines we are building large infrastructure objects, Rail Baltic, the new highways and so on. So if you have very many objects on your plate, then it's impossible to predict all the cumulative effects. And as environmental board, Guido already knocks, he knows what I'm talking about, that you say that the cumulative effect or impact on the environment is too high, so you can't allow every development. And the problem is we have to always count the maximum possible negative impact. So it means if you have very many development areas, the maximum negative impact is huge. So, and we can't predict what developments will not ever realize. That is the problem. So we actually will delay the process. Environment sets its own limits, and just 5 months ago we realized that even outside the protected areas we have to consider the connectivity of green network. So it means that actually the stress on our institution has risen.
So your work would be much easier if we actually narrowed down the areas where we can actually develop, right? As some countries do, where the state picks the location, manages makes sure that there's the grid. In Estonia, we have opportunities everywhere, and that's why you say no to several developers when they ask, okay, but can I use this plot to develop that?
Yes, and the bad thing is you really can't take over the experiences from another countries if you have to assess the environmental impact, because you have very specific natural conditions, very specific species and so on, and there are very few people who actually can evaluate the cumulative effects all over the world.
Right.
That's the bad news.
Well, I promised questions to the audience, and since we have about 8 minutes to go until the end of this panel, then perhaps you can wave or raise your hand or simply stand up if you have a question. And I see Terje here already has a microphone ready for you. So please introduce yourself and then ask your question. Go ahead. Yep, it's working.
Okay, thank you. My name is Henk van Elburg. I work for the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, part of Ministry of Economic Affairs in the Netherlands. I'm very happy that the end of the discussion ended up with permitting, with environmental impact assessment, with planning, because that is what we also learned years ago the hard way. Our ambassador already explained that every developer picked their own sites, applied for a permit, and only a few permits were eventually granted, and only 2 or 3 wind farms were actually built. So my question is, we learned it the hard way, as I already explained, and we decided to take the government as a proactive role in developing a development plan for the North Sea area, assigning offshore wind farm zones, and within these offshore wind farm zones, designating specific sites for developers to participate in. And part of the whole process is also taking the lead in the permitting process. So in the end, if in the Netherlands developers apply for a site, a tender, then in the end, the winner of the tender wins the permit as well. So we have integrated the process also to speed up the whole process and not end up in very lengthy rich full of delays, process which end up 8, 9, 10, 11 years. So we are now in the process of 3 to 4 years between tendering and construction, as you already mentioned.
Sounds like a nice place to be as a developer, but was that a question or was that a comment?
The question was, of course, I'm so sorry. I would like to hear the developers' views on a similar, maybe potential or hypothetical situation in the Baltic countries.
Go ahead, Lauri.
Nice to see you, Henk. It's different background, and what we are doing is not a lot different what the government would do. The government has their own project, Elwind. We know about that. And we are following the same rules. We are doing all the environmental impact analysis in the same way. So in the end, we hope to be in the same position. We don't expect that the government can do things faster than we could or do things differently. We really hope that that is not the case in Estonia, that the government is not having any benefits compared to the private developers. So in the end, we should be in the same position. We believe in offshore wind and that it's needed for the future, for the future energy. So I don't see high risk on that we will spend millions of euros to develop the project and then just let it be.
Rene?
Yes, I wanted to complement Lauri's views as well, so that as a private company, I think we can do things much faster than the government does. For instance, taking our Saare-Liivi offshore development, we don't have to do public tenders, so we are in a much faster pace compared to when government would initiate the same processes. So there's pros and cons of different approaches, and I think we are in a good track, especially with the first wave of offshore projects. So they are advancing quite smoothly. No, just one remark regarding the previous topic. So I wanted to just add that I think the developers also need to have a kind of a sensible approach and really try to be able to compromise, to understand what's the overall impact of various developments and try to reach a compromise with different authorities, with local municipality, with local community, and I think that's something we all need to learn.
Would anyone like to live in Netherlands as a developer and develop wind energy like we just heard? Or everyone's happy with the Estonian system?
I have some friends who lives in Netherlands and they develop in Netherlands, and I'm happy that Vanord is also sometimes in Estonia, but mostly they are developing in other places. So that's maybe reflecting how good we are in Estonia.
Right. Any other questions from the audience? I see we have a gentleman over there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Villu Vatsveld, representing Tallinn Technical University, but with this question, I'm a member of the community from Saaremaa, from the island, and thank you, Guido, for the map. It shows the situation very well, as all the grid is right now in the northeast of Estonia, and there are options to join the weaker grid. I'm not the developer like you guys, and I can blame the one concrete person, as Johannes you wanted. I think the blame is on the grid development speed. So not personally on Elering itself, but this is a problem even with regional development on islands. So the grid is developed too slowly. There are many reasons. There are financial reasons, there are technical reasons, of course. But I would like someone to reflect from the government, from the ministry, or if Elering is here, is a proposal Guido showed on the slides to shorten the period from 2035 to 2030. Is it realistic? Is it realistic? What do you think, for example, from the Ministry of Climate, or is it just a dream Guido has and we have on island? Thank you.
We're going to have a dedicated panel discussing that, but if Karlis already knows the answer, I'm happy to hear, of course.
I mean, I'm happy also to leave something for the panel, but what I can say is that, you know, our investor group slightly overlaps and slightly differs with Guido's. Our investors are the 1.3 million Estonian citizens. So what comes out of the discussion will need to be not just technically feasible and in line with all the required legislative parameters, it also has to be acceptable for the local inhabitants. So I think I'll stop at that.
Oh. Well,
I'm an investor also. I'm among 1.3 million people you are talking about. So this is just a dream he has. So it will still be 2035. Just yes or no answer.
What I can say. Yeah, well, everybody has free access to Ellering's network development plans on the website. What it says currently is 2035. However, there are talks, maybe it's possible to bring it forward to some extent. What that extent is not yet public domain information and hasn't been finalized.
So thank you. We'll leave something for the representatives of Elering also to discuss. One last question before we head to a break, if there's anyone, or we will leave the more interesting questions for the break. Well, if I don't see people raising their hands or standing up, thank you very much for the panel. I have a last comment.
Yeah, just a final remark, the warning from our Nordic colleagues who are working slowly, as we heard, that very generous and quick approval doesn't lead you to the destination point, but to a court. So the 75% of the Finnish planning areas are in court. But the court processes are also very quick. So
I'm not sure if that increased my appetite or decreased it. But anyway, thank you very much for the panel, ladies and gentlemen. They do deserve an applause. Thanks. As you all know from the schedule, we are heading to lunch now. We have a 1-hour lunch break, and we will continue the discussion exactly at 1 o'clock when we will take a detailed view on the financing models of energy. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see so many of you returning to the hall after a fruitful lunch, which I also hope you use to make new contacts. I saw a lot of good discussions going on during the break. So we will continue the discussions now here, and we will talk about financing. Now, I don't only like my electrons hot, but I also like them cheap. That's something, as a taxpayer, I always appreciate when looking at my electricity bill. And, well, quite unfortunately, the bill has been everything except cheap in the past years. We know that the development costs, on the other hand, have gone up dramatically with high borrowing costs, with the difficulties in the supply chains, because, well, guess what? Not only Estonia is developing, but everyone else. So a lot of challenges for the developers who, of course, like to get a lot of money for their electrons. So how do you solve that paradox in between liking your electrons cheap and getting enough money for your energy production? This is something that we are going to discuss in the next 2 hours. We're going to look at financing models for Estonian offshore and onshore energy projects. And we will start, just like in our previous session, with some presentations and then followed by a panel discussion. And I'm honored to invite onto the stage the first presenter, who is the head of energy sector at KPMG Baltics, Stennan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stennan. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I thought to start out that a quick fact that I checked the largest European wind farm operating right now is in Sweden. It's around 600 megawatts. But what's interesting about it is that from end of last year, it's facing bankruptcy. So the largest wind farm in Europe facing bankruptcy. And I thought maybe that's a good maybe intro to what we are discussing today in this panel, a little bit on how to finance large-scale wind and how not to end up in bankruptcy. But to kick things off, maybe a quick intro to KPMG, who doesn't know about us. So KPMG is a global advisory firm. We have over 250,000 people across the globe. And we do different kind of advisory, auditing services, tax and legal. I am from the M&A side, so we mainly do transactions in the Baltics, very heavy focus on energy. And we have a little bit more than 50 people across the Baltic states. Out of these 50 people, 15 are purely working with M&A, meaning putting together deals and executing them. And the past 2 years for us have been very, very busy and exciting. Altogether, we've done over 20 different projects, mostly actually in Estonia, and deal value has been over 400 million, so quite significant amount for our region. And also we work a lot with growth companies and developers today here as well, for whom we've helped raise equity capital and debt capital. And also a quick maybe promo that we also were chosen as the financial advisor for 2023 for the Baltics, as we did most deals in numbers and volume as well. But beside our Baltics team, we are very closely supported by our global energy network. A lot of it in Europe, but globally as well. And the network itself has done tons of deals, countless of onshore wind deals. But what they bring to us, or in the Baltics, is direct access to large international funds who have a lot of capital to deploy, and through our network we can basically have a direct pitch to large funds on why you should invest in the Baltics. Just a couple of quick examples. In offshore wind in the Baltics, we haven't done that much ourselves or been involved, but globally and in Europe, we have a lot of experience, and closest to us in Sweden and Finland with the OX2 and Inca deals. So that was a very brief intro to KPMG. Coming to today's topic, financing market, and I'm focusing more on the equity financing. So looking at 2023, for us, although energy sector was an outlier, overall capital markets and transaction markets were quite slow. So after the COVID, it really peaked, but 2023 was slow. In the Baltics, the deal volumes dropped basically in half. And looking forward to 2024, I think a big shift with what we have seen from maybe a transaction perspective is that if in 2021-22 you had a development project, you wanted to find equity or sell off, whatever stage it was, basically it was quite certain that you would find a buyer who would want to buy it. But this has shifted now as a lot of projects have hit the market, not just in the Baltics, but overall in Europe. And it is clear that there are more projects than investors are looking to invest in. So basically it's a buyer's market. And this additionally means that all of the investment processes or attracting equity capital are taking much more time. And also from a developer perspective, very important is also that the valuations have gone down quite significantly, and not only in energy, but overall. This also has meant that it's harder to find a common ground for buyers and sellers. And also from equity investor perspective, the exit routes for investments have been also less attractive or not available for in case IPO exits. And this has been what we have seen in the Baltics, in the CE, in the Nordics, but KPMG has an annual global energy company CEO survey, and basically it's stated the same thing, that the current market challenges and access to capital are a big obstacle in today's market. So this is basically what developers and energy companies across the world are facing. But as I already mentioned, good thing for us in this room, as we are in the energy sector, is that we recently did a survey that for private equity, energy is still on top of the list. So even though maybe M&A market and capital raising is lower than in previous years, in energy sector, it's still better than in most other sectors. And also supporting us is the fact that for institutional investors, funds who have put together investment funds have a lot of capital to deploy. So out of the capital that they have raised in the Baltics, over half of it is still to be invested. So investors are looking to invest, although maybe the investments are not coming as easily as they did. So how this all ties together for the renewables market or wind energy, I think the trends are quite similar, as I already mentioned. Valuations are down due to inflation driving capex cost, interest rates driving financing costs, and price forecasts dropping in each quarter if we look at long-term price forecasts. And this basically has meant that raising capital is the hardest since we have had from the COVID times. But on the other hand, for an investor who has quite a lot of capital to deploy, valuations are down. It actually makes quite a good point to maybe enter a new market like the Baltics. And as I said, the energy sector has been a little bit of an outlier compared to other sectors. This is also illustrated by the number of deals. So in Europe, renewables have been quite active. I pulled together some deal value information for publicly available projects. So as you can see, the prices for development projects, not too many in the data set, but still prices have dropped. And also in operational wind farms, the variance is quite big. And this is due to the fact that offtake is affecting the deal price quite a bit, as well as the physical location or the potential pipeline that the buyers are getting access to through some project. But maybe trends from investor side is that in maybe again 21, 22, pure solar or pure wind projects were quite attractive for investors. But this has changed because valuations have gone down. So now investors are putting a lot of effort in finding additional value in the projects that they have. So revenue security, co-location, solar, wind, and storage. Most probably battery storage as a first option, but not disregarding hydrogen in some cases as well. So they're trying to drive the value up for each single project. And another thing is what has changed maybe not only in past few years, but it has changed maybe even earlier in Europe, is that if equity investors, especially when they are entering a new region or a new market, see that it is much more efficient and profitable to have a single deal and gain access to a longer pipeline, and even if it's possible, get an access to a local team who knows what they're doing, who know the landscape. So this has been the main type of transaction private equity investors or investment funds have been looking for. Investment into a pipeline, long-term pipeline, or to a platform where you get access to a local team as well. And just to illustrate how a valuation of one developer is made up, so you can see the chunk of the value is actually in the pipeline. And maybe putting into a more practical way, I brought out 3 structures or ways to attract capital for a local developer. So first one being a forward sale or basically one-off transaction. It can be to reshuffle some capital or do like a first transaction with a potential investor, which would be to sell off a project at an earlier stage. It doesn't mean that you have to exit the project yourself automatically, but maybe at some point, and developer upside is cost plus premium for the development. The second one being a portfolio level investment, where you would set up maybe a joint venture with an investor, pool together some projects in there and develop them further, and there can be potential upside sharing at a later date when you together, for example, exit from this joint venture to other investor. And the third one, maybe example of this is Sunly. basically having an equity investor come in as a shareholder to the company and help you with capital to grow the company, bring up the value, and maybe potentially have an exit at some point in the future. But these are just 3 examples. On a daily basis, what we do at KPMG is put together these kinds of deal strategies, how to develop the portfolio and find the suitable investors for developers. But what we have to keep in mind is that equity investors are looking Europe as a target market, and the Baltics is just one region competing with all of the other. So we have to have some premium, some additional value to the investors. So this is where I stop. Thank you, and looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Sten, for a quick overview of these different models. How to be big and not be bankrupt, I think, is a good goal for every developer, and we can get more into detail how to achieve that in the panel. But before we get there, I'm happy to invite onto the stage the chief economist at Luminor Group, Lenno Uusküla, to share his thoughts.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm Lenno Uusküla, I'm Chief Economist of Luminor Bank, and also working at the University of Tartu as an Associate Professor in Macroeconomics. The title of the talk today was Chasing the Wind. I saw many presentations in the morning of companies chasing the wind, but in fact also banks are chasing those who are producing electricity with the wind. So I think that the taste for financing these projects, the appetite is pretty good, and even after lunch we feel hungry for these projects altogether. Luminor Bank is a local Baltic bank headquartered in Tallinn, doing both giving loans but also trying to raise equity, also with various consultancy firms. Also KPMG is our partner in different projects that we undertake. But let me start with a few myths. And as a chief economist, I'm not actually making decisions whom to finance at the bank. I'm the one who can frame a bit the situation at the macroeconomic side and why we do it, where we do it, and what is necessary for these projects to success at the society level. And I feel that there are many myths around, and let me repeat them for you just for a second. The first is the energy efficiency at the country level. That quite often I see countries declaring success, saying we managed to save electricity compared to last year, having the same GDP level. And this is considered as a good thing. And quite often that means that the energy requiring production facilities are just moving out of country. And quite often they are moving out of Western, well-managed countries into developing countries where the projects actually take more energy. So quite often this means not energy efficiency, but quite the worse, going backwards in time. The same holds for looking at the CO2 emissions and relating that to energy efficiency. I think there's a long history of linking the CO2 and electricity and GDP, and this is not the case anymore. Looking forward, that is not the case anymore, so we can have a lot of electricity without the CO2 footprint, and that actually opens many, many new things. Right? With the CO2, we actually know that this is going to run out, this is going to be bad for 60 years now. So this is old knowledge, and we have been learning that for 60 years. And still learning. With the new, without CO2, we have some resource constraints we need to work on, but this is going to be a different world economy and different resource constraint going forward. So that's why I think that the reduction in energy consumption, especially electricity consumption, is not really a plan. A plan is that we are going to use more and more electricity in the future and energy in the future. If you want to get rich, you need people to be smarter, and you need more inputs. And the inputs are include energy. There's no way around. So first one, we need a lot of electricity. So just the Baltic countries should grow in the next 10 years by 1.5 times. Last week there was a call for Estonia growing 2 times over next 10 years, but that requires a lot of electricity. So all the plans to say that Estonia will stay at the current consumption level or increase by 20%, that does not make sense. Sweden and Finland are consuming twice electricity per capita. I don't see how we are going to grow more than Sweden without reaching their level and thinking of their current plans of increasing their electricity consumption by, I don't know, 40 to 60%, as they say. There are machines helping people. We just need more help by machines. And what we need is an industrial production in the Baltic region altogether. And this is actually for you, I think, in the list of things to do for those who are energy producers. Find these companies who are going to buy this electricity and fight for the government to have a proper industrial manufacturing plan how to grow the countries, because without that the countries will not grow, the government will not reach its goal without having that plan, without you producing the electricity financing. Second thing, we need local electricity. We have seen the technical and so-called technical problems with external connections. So we have wonderful connection to Poland that works one way. This increases the price in the Baltics. Basically, there is no way around it, and we see how the cables get repaired at the times when it's useful for certain countries and not for the other countries. The same for gas lines, where the public officials say that it's when the gas line between Tallinn and Helsinki broke down. One of the Estonian government officials said that it's really good that we have the port at the Finnish coastline because you see they need it more. It's like, what about me? I also need it. So really need to think about ourselves first. It's bad to say, but if you want to think about your life, it's quite often that you need to think yourself, nobody else is thinking. Electricity market is not free. We have seen so many reasons this morning already, different government officials sitting there explaining how they do it. This is not the style how you produce furniture. You don't go to government to ask the right in this way. It just regulated in a different way. And even if we plan to buy all this fancy Swedish electricity, it's not going to be a Baltic comparative advantage vis-a-vis Sweden. So if there's an investor thinking to invest in Estonia or in Sweden, they'll look at the electricity price and the availability of electricity, and we can't go with the argument that we are buying this electricity from Sweden. That is not an argument. And the third point is green electricity. There is no way around. I really believe there's a precondition for selling anything. Bank services, we need to show that we are green, but also the consultancy, bookkeeping, it doesn't work without showing that you are green. So this is going to be a competitive advantage. Even if the manufacturing side is not growing, the service side needs green electricity in order to export, because the clients will ask, so where does your electricity come from? So this morning we saw this wonderful picture of 2023 energy production projected 10 years ahead with the 100% renewables, and you saw many spikes above the electricity consumption level. So that means you need to accumulate or you need flexible consumption, somebody who can buy it. There's no way around. So hydrogen is one of the major things that we should consider. I'm really happy about the pilots. We need more pilots. I think Finland is a really good example of setting somewhat unreachable targets but something to work on in the future. And most likely we need that hydrogen pipeline from Saaremaa or Pärnu Bay Area to Ida-Virumaa. So that is, we don't need to export it, we need to think about our own consumption. This is the main line that Estonia needs to build. I haven't seen that pipeline being planned at the moment. Clearly hard to build in 6 years. Various batteries on the way, but really more. We need something else, maybe hydroelectricity, maybe we can stop one of the rivers somewhere. Heat up a lake, which has been on the list. Some crazy out-of-the-box solutions that can help us. And then you need the clients who can be flexible, and you need to go and help them. The current technology for me to turn down heating in my bathroom at 5 o'clock afternoon is that I leave my office and go home, right? And then I switch it off for that 1 hour where the electricity is expensive. I would be happy to do it, but sorry, I'm not going home for that. Financing, that's the focus of the panel. Owners, we need experienced and capitalized owners. Onshore wind, we have experience in Estonia, and now they are producers with experience, and we can say with confidence that makes a good loan client. When you look at offshore, then by definition, we don't have anybody who would have experience. So that's why I think this day is particularly nice, is to have this cooperation with the Netherlands and to have that experience, because what the banks need is to take away risks. You need to see that the client knows what are the risks on the table and how to solve them, how to avoid them. And this is how international partners come to play. This is really the knowledge. Yes, you can import a few people, but most likely it's going to be some kind of cooperation. And second is capitalized. You need down payments, and this is something that banks can also help. Actually come and ask, how can we get more capital? And Luminor is also happy to help with that respect. Second is client. I think that the conference next year should be about finding clients and making the connection between producers and clients, because what you need as a business plan is that there is somebody to buy it. And so this is what the bank is looking at, that the buyer would be strong and lasting. So at that point, when you have set up your windmill, we want to see that there is somebody to buy it. And it's not really a pie-producing factory that you say, but even then you need to show where do all the Estonians come from who really like pies. So this is the same task for you for the next year. And the banks will be asking a lot about the clients, because in order to finance it, you need to show that you can sell. So banks, crazily interested. Capital markets, so and so. So there are success stories. Luminor has also helped to raise equity, various projects, Latvia Energo, Ignitis, some Lithuanian funds, but the market is not really there. The local investors are usually too small to take up the risks that energy companies need, and the energy companies are too small to go to international markets directly. So quite often they are in between, and this market needs to be built. And this is why we have NIB and EBRD here, also proving the point that the market is not free. Otherwise, we would have some famous private investors here in the panel who would say how they invest their money. It's really state money coming in to help. So, huge coordination exercise. So, whatever you need to produce in Estonia links to Sweden through the connections. So knowing what the government is planning in Sweden for the connections matters you to do the investment in sovereign Estonia for your wind farm. There's no way that this coordination is done at the producer level. This is intergovernmental decisions. There are regions involved. Now we speak about Poland, who is going to be guaranteed for frequency, but Poland looks at Germany, so we need to know what Germany is doing very fast. and the German is linked to the wind farms in the Netherlands. So this is the cooperation where we are, and this is running very fast. It's different sources of supply, the combination of wind and solar, offshore, onshore, for the grid, accumulation, who is accumulating. So most likely I see more of you doing different accumulation projects in the next years, because the CFDs will not be enough. In one way or the other, and you need to show that you are able to sell electricity at high prices as well, not only when the price is zero, which is really fantastic for me as a consumer, but not fantastic for the bank or for you. And the coordination with the grid, last week was a really happy week. Long way to go, right? So that a lot of it is coming. It's a distorted cost-benefit analysis that we are speaking about when we have electricity market. The value added is not produced really at the electricity side, but the value added is produced at the production side. So you cannot look at the energy sector and look at the value added separately from what is it used for. So countries need overproduction to low price. This is what helps the rest of the economy to flourish. What the energy producers want is underproduction. And sad to say, banks also want underproduction because you want the price to be high for your product that you're selling. But who is deciding what is going to be the equilibrium in this market? And I see this kind of chicken and hawk game going on with the producers and the government. And I don't see who is taking the lead in this game at the moment. I want to see more of it, the cost-benefit analysis, and say, yes, we do that. This is going to cost, maybe in terms of subsidy, something, but this is what we are going to gain. Chess is a nice game with the white starting and finishing with a higher success. In this game, I think also matters who is first. It's a regional thing. And if Lithuania is putting up all the wind farms, there's no space for Estonians to put up, because the last one is going to be the one who will make the price spikes, will make the production at the zero. So this is how you go as a bank. You do step by step. The first wind project, no problem. Second one, probably fine. Third one goes with partners in the region, and then down the road, clearly you cannot take the risk anymore because of that overprotection that is necessary at the society level. There's a coordination between sources of supply and who is first matters, because that sets the stage, and also clients. There's going to be a run for the good clients who can pay and who are bankable. And so this is really a run against time. So when I look at these plans for production of wind, especially offshore, then this reminds me a lot of my students when they do homeworks. You give a month of deadline, and then they plan the first 3 weeks, they just plan to do the homework, and then there's a final hour where all the work is done. And then I get an email 5 minutes past the deadline, could we postpone it? So you see how the deadline is approaching and how it's harder and harder to meet it. And this is some experience I have from university. And once you postpone early deadlines, the next ones will be harder. Don't worry about it. So main takeaways. So we need a lot of local green electricity. Financing is first in, first out. So there's really a run at the moment. And to avoid it, the market regulation in different ways, generating the PPA agreements, CFTs, various regulations where you can build how much are very likely, and they're going to increase as we proceed with that important project that we have on the table. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Excellent stuff. I'm sure we're going to have questions for all of you bankers and operators later here on the stage with our panel discussion. But let's now move on with another presentation from another banker. Peep Jalakas is the head of corporate banking and also the member of the management board at SEB Bank. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I was sitting there and I just understood that I'm not in a good position being a second commercial banker on stage, but it is what it is. So I still thank the organizers and all the partners who have put together this event. But luckily, I feel that Lenno was more covering the macro scene. And I mostly concentrate more on the micro level, or how do we actually look the renewable energy projects from the financing perspective. And my background is that I'm heading the corporate banking team in SEB Estonia. And just as we have international audience as well, then who SEB is. We are a Nordic bank. We have a balance sheet of 320 billion euros, more than 3,000 large corporates, almost 300,000 SMEs, 1.5 million private individuals, more than 250,000 shareholders, 17,000 employees. So we are a considerable player on the market. If looking to the regions where we operate, then we have defined 9 home markets. Most of them are Nordic and Baltic. But the good news is that we are currently entering to the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Austria. So seeing a great potential there, and hopefully we are able to finance some of the renewable energy projects there as well. But as you can see, then the coverage is much wider. We are also present in Asia and both in North and South America. And if looking at our portfolio, then on a group level, most of it is large corporates. So we are a mostly corporate bank, although in Baltics we operate as a universal bank, meaning that servicing both the corporates and private individuals. And just putting the Baltics into the perspective, the 3 countries contribute roughly 13% of total profit, and Estonia out of it is 3-4%, meaning that we have a strong owner behind us. Now coming to the SEB's purpose, we exist to positively shape the future with responsible advice and capital today and generations to come. And if you put it into today's event perspective, then I think that this statement clearly says that SEB should be the bank who finances renewable energy. And I fully agree. But this is only the business strategy part of the equation. For sure, when it comes to the bank's ambition, then we want to transform the economy. Our statement is that if possible, we are not leaving our clients behind. We don't want to exit, but we want to agree the plan how to move from fossil to renewable. So this is the strategy part, and this is the business strategy. In banking, fortunately or unfortunately, we also have a risk strategy. And risk strategy states that we have trusted by the depositors to hold their money, and we need to be really wise choosing the projects, what to finance. And key statement there, of course, when it comes to financing or structuring the financing, there are many parameters, but I would stick in today's presentation with one, which is cash flow, and cash flow stability or certainty. And I think this is the key standpoint when it comes to financing also renewable energy projects. And then the question is that how do this business strategy and risk strategy then compete with each other, and who is kind of prevailing. And my current feeling, if I look at the Estonian market today, is risk strategy is slightly prevailing, meaning that all the audience here should think that how can we balance it better out, but maybe we'll come back to that also in the panel discussion. But cash flow stability and certainty, then how do we look at it? I could show you the Excel sheet, but I tried to put it in a more kind of viewers-friendly format. First of all, quantity is important. Do we see the risk there? The quick answer is not really. When it comes to the modeling, we base our assessments on wind on P90 production capacity. I know we are conservative. Enefit Green representatives here can say that, you know, you are a bit crazy, but still, we are the conservative institution. Quantity is not really an issue. Price. If quantity is not an issue and I was rather conservative, then you can already understand that price is an issue. And price is an issue from many perspectives, but what is our expectation for renewable energy projects? First of all, the lifetime of these assets and the projects is 20 plus years, 25 plus years, meaning that we want certainty regarding the price. And in many areas, country size or smallness of Estonia is a positive thing. When it comes to the price certainty in renewable energy sector, it's not a positive thing. Who can secure the price then? Either it's the, as Len also pointed out, either it's the consumer of the electricity. What we would like to see is PPAs pay as produced structure. We see some risk when it comes to the base load, but PPA is something that could help to take the price risk down. We don't think that all the production should be covered by PPA. We have stated that 60% is something that we would aim. Regarding Estonian size and our company's size, PPA to have a value in 5 plus or 5 to 10 years perspective, then we would ideally like to see it from the investment grade counterparty. As most of Estonian, even the large Estonian companies are from European perspective, mid-sized companies, then this is a real challenge. Who else can provide the price security? Subsidy schemes, contract for difference, and I would say that government role here is key and important. And maybe we will come back to that in the panel. And the final thing that we are also trying to get our heads around is the wind solar capture price. And if the baseload price is X, then what is the discount for wind and solar? And it is really hard to assess if in 2030 or 2035 the actual production volumes are 5, 7, 10 times bigger than they are today. So it's almost impossible to assess. Cost base, not seeing that many issues either. I think the operating expenses are quite easy to calculate, depends on technology. What we want the developers to focus is also thinking of the maintenance over lifetime of the asset. Yes, most probably rather limited maintenance in first 10 years, but what will happen on 15th, 20th year? That's the question. Now coming more to the financing and what repayment profiles we are considering. First of all, the rule of thumb in financing is that lifetime of the asset determines the repayment profile. So if the lifetime is 5 years, you cannot finance it with a 20-year repayment schedule. Lifetime of renewable assets is 20 plus, meaning that it is logical that there is also a longer repayment profile there. At the same time, it's important already that I pointed out that there is some certainty when it comes to the cash flow and prices. And one rule what we think is reasonable and what we have applied is that the repayment profile can be 2 times longer than the PPA contract, meaning that if PPA is 7 years, then the repayment profile could be 14. If the repayment or if the PPA is 10 years, repayment up to 20. So kind of this is one of the thinking. And then what we also apply time to time is cash sweep, meaning that that some of the free cash flow generated will be used for extraordinary repayment. What is important, of course, is cost of debt, especially if the repayment profile is long. We all have noticed that Euribor is not 0 anymore. It's quite considerably higher. The 5-year interest rate swap today is 2.75, which indicates that actually the interest rates should come down from today's 3.89 to a lower level, but still there is cost on capital, and that needs to be taken into account in the model. And all the other aspects, important is technology provider. Cost overrun risk needs to be assessed, but it's also very much related to who is the technology provider. Delivery risks, especially when it comes to the offshore, where we have less is very nicely said, no experience in Estonia yet, I think is more accurate statement. ESG risks in supply chain, more related to the solar, which comes mostly from, or solar panels, which come mostly from China. But I think what is important is to assess the whole value chain and assess also the factories that the technology is sourced and whether all the ESG policies are followed there. Capacity of the network or the grid, this is of course important. Due diligence, and I think one key aspect that I would also mention is the portfolio and project-based financing. When it comes to the one single project, fully, let's say, market risk, super hard to finance. If it's a portfolio of projects, some have PPA, some have subsidy scheme, some are market risk. This is something which is much easier to build the case around. And again, and it boils down to the cash flow stability. And one quick sensitivity analysis, just showing that as the investment period is long, then the slight change in numbers really matter. Hypothetical case, energy price 60 euros megawatt, interest rate 5%, production volume 3,500 megawatt hour per megawatt, capex 1.7, repayment schedule 18 years. It's a hypothetical case, so I haven't taken any of your project here. And just putting it into the Excel, modeling it, 27% equity is needed. Now just let's change some of the parameters. If the price is not 60, but instead it's 50, equity should increase from 27 to 44. Interest rate slightly higher, equity more needed. Production will be lower, more equity. CapEx higher, more equity. Repayment shorter, you all know, more equity. If to combine this all together, then the equity need is 70% instead of 27. I think Lauri started off the first presentation with the indication of the total CapEx amount needed to actually achieve 2030 goal, and then it was between 3 to 5 billion euros. If we just compare these two numbers, and I kind of rounded up from 30 to 70% in terms of equity, this 40% gap, if it's 5 million euros, then it corresponds to 2 billion euro more equity. So I think that in terms of capital needed and how it is financed, then it is crucial that we have a solution where there is a certainty in cash flow. So this is my final statement, and see you in the panel.
So when I go back home and I have to give my 12-year-old son a bit of advice on choosing his career, I'm definitely going to choose the banker side, not the wind developer side. After the last slide, I saw a lot of good thinking there. Easier to be a banker, I guess, these days. That was a joke. I mean, I'm sure you guys are enjoying your job as well, even after meeting bankers who give you that equity slide. Anyway, our last presentation comes from Toomas Suurpää, who is the senior banker at Nordic Investment Bank.
Thank you for those kind words. It's good to know that I've chosen a good career as a banker. It's excellent. Good afternoon. My name is Toomas Suurpää and I represent Nordic Investment Bank's project finance team. And first of all, I'd like to thank Terje for organizing the conference and asking us to be on the stand. I'm the third banker, and it's interesting to sort of see what are the sort of different type of stories that are being told today. I am probably more or less in the lines with Peep. However, my presentation is perhaps slightly coming from a different angle. And before I go to the presentation itself, I have a colleague over here, Kersti Talving, over here in front. She's our lead representative for Estonian, and she is actually Estonian, being able to speak Estonian, unlike me. So if you have any questions in Estonian, please feel to address those to her. But going to the presentation itself, this is actually the executive summary of my presentation. Basically, actually in line what was mentioned in the two previous presentations. So if there's one single issue from the lender's perspective that is crucial in today's market in relation to offshore or onshore wind, that is the offtake. It basically defines the structure of the transaction from the lender's perspective, and it defines whether the project is actually bankable or not. So if there's one thing to remember from this presentation, it is to understand the importance of the offtake, and of course the related terms on that. Just before going to elaborate what I mean by offtake and other criteria for the bankability, let me just say a couple of words about Nordic Investment Bank. NIB is an international financial institution, practically a bank that has the main office in Helsinki and then another Baltic hub office in Riga. We're basically a bank owned by the 8 member countries, 5 from Nordics and 3 from Baltics. And as you can see on the slide here, Estonia owns more or less 1% of the bank. We have basically one instrument, one product that we offer, and that's senior loans. You can basically divide that in two. One is the corporate loans, basically loans that we provide to the likes of Enefit Green, for example. And then the other one is senior secured loans in relation to non-recourse project finance transactions. I represent the project finance department at NIB, and Kersti actually represents the corporate side of our business. And on the next slide, you can basically see the amount of our loans outstanding at the end of 2022. Perhaps worthwhile to mention is that the loans outstanding to Estonia at that point of time was 5%. In other words, 5 times the ownership of Estonia in our bank. And one of the sort of questions from Terje to me when thinking what should I actually say over here was to sort of elaborate if we have any special standing towards Estonia and any other Baltic countries, for example, due to the present political situation behind the border. I would say that even the numbers indicate, but more or less also our strategy applies or implies that we have an extremely strong mandate to do more in Baltic countries, including the Estonia. Not only because our CEO is actually Estonian, but there is a really strong push for any additional transactions in Estonia and the rest of the Baltics. Yeah, okay. So let's go to the recent transactions that we made. This is a sort of a list of transactions here in Estonia, and of course, most relevant for today is the 80 million loan that we provided to Enefit Green for the purpose of doing some additional renewable energy capacity, including wind. You can see the other transactions, the most recent ones. They do not include any wind projects here in Estonia. Having said that, the 2 most recent wind transactions that we sort of have closed are one wind asset in Finland, just less than 200 megawatts. Unfortunately, we haven't really provided the press release on that yet. And the second one is a 63 megawatt project in Lithuania called Masekia, and it was done in cooperation with Ignitis and EIB. And then I would like also to highlight 2 other transactions that we just closed before the Christmas time last year. In other words, the financing or the loan to H2 Green Steel, in other words, a company with the plans to generate or produce or manufacture green steel in northern Sweden. And another one was to Northvolt, which is a battery manufacturer in northern Sweden. And I'm saying these because they could have an impact on not only on the Swedish energy markets, but on the Finnish energy markets, and therefore on the Estonian and the Baltic energy markets. But I'll come back to that a bit later. While Pip was talking about sort of very specifics of how to sort of debt size the loan to a potential project, I'm coming perhaps more from the angle, how has the market changed within, let's say, within the past 2 years, and what are the implications of that? Unfortunately, if as a lender, I kind of translate the theme of the panel or theme of the session into a question: what is bankable in Estonia in terms of wind? Unfortunately, I only have some ideas, rather perhaps questions, but I certainly do not have a firm opinion on what is bankable. What is bankable today and what is bankable tomorrow and the next year. But I will kind of present few questions that we presently at least have when we look at the bankability of a wind project in Estonia, for example. But the point being, the kind of the history here is that regardless of COVID, I would argue that, before 2022, it was fairly easy to define what is a bankable project. Just summarizing, simplifying, and exaggerating, I would say it would be a project with a PPA, with an investment-grade off-taker, with a tenor that more or less matches the tenor of the loan, and that's it. But since 2022, there's been quite a few issues that have changed, and therefore the market of bankability has evolved quite a bit. And these few issues include the supply chain issues due to COVID. Guarantee of origin is an interesting example. Even though I understand the guarantee of origin has been there for a couple of decades already, but it was only in 2022 when the importance of guarantees of origin actually materialized, when the price went from below 2 to above 10. Of course, the main issue, I guess, is the escalation of the Ukrainian war, which basically meant that the electricity and the energy prices peaked. They became more volatile. And then, to some extent, we can also blame, if now Mr. Presenter wants to blame somebody, then let's blame it on the Russia and the Ukrainian situation, that the interest rates peaked as well. Of course, there are many other issues behind why the interest rates peaked in 2023. OEM, they have challenges, just about everyone, more or less similar type. And as the latest example, it was already indicated that the baseload PPAs are to some extent defaulting, and even to the extent that some people say that the baseload PPA is not a bankable offtake method anymore. So, as mentioned, I don't have any answers, unfortunately, in relation to what is bankable these days. But here are some issues. I've listed some issues that we kind of take a look at when we these days sort of assess new wind projects. Perhaps one sort of new thing that has emerged is the sort of reflection of whether the market is saturated. Well, the Estonian and the Baltic market, it's not saturated in terms of wind for the time being, but at least, say 2 years ago, I don't think that many bankers actually thought of sort of the concept of saturation in their sort of target markets. So that's something that we try to reflect, and it was interesting to sort of see from Lauri's presentation earlier today how much there will be production that needs to go somewhere if this 2030 goal is met by Estonia. One thing actually that hasn't changed that much since 2022 is the role of sponsors. I mean, it was important before and it still is important, perhaps slightly more important than before. Even though I'm now talking from the non-recourse project finance perspective, I would claim that the quality of the sponsor has a humongous impact on the project. Not only its credit rating, but specifically the experience that the sponsor or the employees have actually on sort of developing, constructing and operating the wind assets. Does it make a difference who provides the equipment? I would claim on a big picture, not really. As mentioned, a lot of these equipment providers, they are facing similar type of challenges, technical supply chain issues, etc. So I would claim that especially right now, it doesn't make a difference. Then again, of course, we haven't come across, for example, with the Chinese OEMs in our pipeline. And once we do, it will be interesting to see how we actually assess them and how do we see the importance of those OEMs to the project itself. Offtake and the price, well, that is, I mean, as Peep, I guess, was mentioning today, that should be perhaps the next sort of theme for the next year's conference. I mean, yeah, what can I say? The offtake as such really defines the financial structure of the project. And the offtake these days, it did before as well, but specifically after what has happened with the baseload PPAs, it defines whether the project is bankable or not. It's interesting to hear and understand that the market is moving towards, I mean, from a lender's perspective, the market is moving towards perhaps more risk-taking, and risk-taking in the brackets, in the sense that perhaps the lenders on a general level are willing to take more merchant risk. And I would actually claim that while for example, a normal PPA is, say, maximum 10 years, so that hedges the price risk for the first 10 years, but not really doesn't do anything for the next 10 years where the price risk is much more sort of significant than within the first 10 years. So I think the lenders, and this is my personal view, not representing the official view of NIB, let's make it clear, but in my opinion, perhaps the lenders should, in a situation where we stand in Estonia, take a bit more merchant risk, sort of try to align themselves more with the equity. In terms of the price, well, who knows? I don't. Perhaps someone in the audience knows, but what will be the price within the next 20 years? There are good guesses, and as a lender, as a banker, we don't have our own pool of price analysis, so we have to rely on the external advisors, and that we do. But do they actually know what they're doing? Well, certainly better than I do personally. But to give you kind of a couple of examples, there's been quite a bit of a discussion in Finland. I don't know if that has reached here in Estonia, about a survey that was done in Sweden, which basically indicated, and this is of course once again simplification, exaggeration, that if they do 4 giga projects in northern Sweden with the cheapest electricity in Europe as we speak, then that has an impact in Finland by doubling the electricity price, and then that eventually has an impact in Estonia and the Baltics as well. There's been a lot of debate on that in Finland, whether that's true or not, but the major point here is that people have very different views on what will be the price of electricity even tomorrow, not to mention in 10 or 20 years of time. Another end of the spectrum was, I was reading a sort of a title, I didn't even read the report itself, but this was kind of a sort of a indication from one of these external advisors that provide the sort of price forecast. They indicated that in 2036, within the reference price scenario, in other words, the middle price scenario, 60% of the onshore in Europe will generate electricity at €0 per megawatt. So this kind of puts the spectrum. Probably we're somewhere in between, but nevertheless, the point here is that it is extremely challenging to predict the price. I already mentioned about the guarantees of origin. Do they actually have a value from the lender's perspective? Remains to be seen. Let's see, perhaps something we can discuss on the panel. And then at the end of the presentation, I'd like to come back to the point that was made by Peep as well. When I'm a sort of what they call the first line of defense. I'm the one that talks to the client. Then we have the credit guys internally. And it is a constant discussion, perhaps even a battle between these two parties in defining what is bankable from NIB's perspective and what is not. But I see my time is up, so thank you very much, and I look for the panel.
Thank you indeed, Thomas. You can already take a seat because the panel is about to start, and the rest of the bankers are also welcome to join the stage. And we also have Märt Helmia, who is a principal banker at the European Bank for Construction and Development, joining us in the panel. And moderating the panel is a gentleman who actually knows what he's talking about, unlike the moderator here today, the CFO of Enefit Green, Veiko Räim. Gentlemen, I will not interrupt you before exactly 48 minutes when we have to stop for a break and some matchmaking session with the Dutch companies. So enjoy the discussion so far.
Yeah. Good afternoon from my side as well. My name is Veiko Räim. Very happy to be here. Firstly, great thanks to Tuomas, Peep, Sten, and Lenno for the contributions and various views on both debt side, equity side, and perhaps a bit wider view. And then great welcome to Märt, representing the EBRD here. And really to start off, I thought I'll have a great line to calculate here in front of you that, okay, how much now will be needed for investment to fulfill the 2030 target. But I understand actually Lauri did that already in the morning, so my line is gone. But say it's in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 billion euro question that in case Estonia wants to achieve its aims and have 6 terawatt hours of more of wind energy production in 2030 to solve it. And I think today we will be discussing here the various aspects, both from debt holders' point of view, from equity financing point of view, and then perhaps try to draw a few additional thoughts also on the geopolitical environment, and perhaps also a few recommendations on, even if we reach there, a few recommendations for policymakers as well. So first of all, to kick off, maybe to start with Peep and Tuomas. So you guys have expressed just recently quite a how shall I say, pessimistic view perhaps, that how challenging has it become for a banker to analyze this. So having looked at perhaps also in the morning session, so how do you view these projects that you've seen being debated today, this morning? That maybe let's start with Peep.
Yeah. First of all, if I sat down, then I got the messages from my colleagues by saying that I am too conservative, so now I need to kind of, balance it out. And actually I am also from the business side, meaning so you can imagine what is going on or how the credits people look like. But jokes aside, it is a tricky question that how to finance these these projects. And if we look at on the Estonian global level, then I would say that the whole portfolio or debt portfolio of Estonian banks is around 30 to 35 billion euros. So if we talk about this 3 to 5 billion euro exercise, okay, not everything is debt, but it is a considerable amount. Of course, it won't happen with a year; it's longer period of time, but it needs financing. Maybe one more comment is that I was rather conservative or even negative, but actually if we look at back to 2023, then in Baltic level, we financed new renewable capacity in terms of production capacity 500 megawatts. So and then Enefit Green was one of the largest projects here. So we are still doing the business. We are financing these projects. We are also taking market risk, but can this 3 to 5 million euro financing need, can it be financed purely against market risk? Then my answer would be no. There needs to be some solution.
Tuomas, what about you? Do you think?
Well, I'm sort of a guy talking about the offtake, and I would have to exactly agree with Pep over here. I mean, there needs to be an offtake solution, and the needed projects to meet the 2030 deadline or the targets or the deadline. I don't know which one it is, but in order to meet that, you cannot do it on a merchant basis. So there needs to be something else than merchant risk available. With that said, I think, and I'd like to hear very much Pep's view on this, I'd very much like to see the banks such as us and perhaps SEB as well moving towards the situation where we're willing to take more merchant risk. And the reason I'm saying this is that perhaps the interests of the lenders and the equity providers are not aligned in the sense that when you look at the price curve, it's high now and then it will come down within the 10 years and stabilize perhaps somewhere in 40 euros or so. That's perhaps an average prediction of the price. And the lenders kind of take the risk not only on the very beginning, but on the sort of tail of the transaction, even beyond the PPA. And I would very much like to see us lenders aligning ourselves more to the equity, where there would be a profit sharing, perhaps in terms of cash sweep, in the beginning, where everybody gets money, also the equity, but also the lender, so that the sort of earning profiles would be the same. And then that perhaps would enable us to take more merchant risk. But as mentioned, this kind of is an educational issue within the bank. So first of all, us, the business people, we have to sort of change the mindset, and then we have to educate that change internally, and it's not a thing that you do overnight.
But would that require also new banking products, say, moving away from the senior unsecured types of products, actually taking a bit more of the risks that you're mentioning, exactly? Yeah. That in case the equity holders, of course, want to share their upside, of course.
Well, if I may, so yes, absolutely, and there are some products available on the market where there are sort of different tranches, which kind of, to some extent, mimic at least what you just mentioned. But I guess if we talk about NIB, presently, even though there are discussions on us elaborating our sort of product portfolio to Baltic equity, then I would still say that we're quite far away from us providing something else than the senior loans.
Leno, do you have a view to share here?
I want to add something to the price risk, is that Finland is a good example of industry owning energy producers. So the bank can do two calculations in one, and you see, independent of the price of electricity, this is going to be a positive risk on one side and negative risk on the other side, but the one who you're giving the loan to is actually not dependent on the risk. So this is a good way of getting a risk off the board of that contract.
Actually, on that thought, I mean, Leno, you were mentioning that there is so much green power needed, and then we seem to have a short-term conservatism, at least on this stage today, that how to get there to the long term, where every product you need to sell needs to be produced by the help of green power. So is there a disconnect here that we can't bridge at the moment, or how do you have any good thoughts how to get there?
There are simply many risks in between, and I think Pep did an excellent job in showing how the equity share changes with marginal changes in numbers. So there's one by one you need to take these risks off. We are doing a lot of these investments first time. They are small, the banks can own it, the owners can own it, but once they grow and it becomes billions, then it's not an easy thing for a bank. So we speak about banks doing joint projects, right? One thing is a necessary something for the society. The other thing is, are the risks for the financing covered enough?
Pep, please.
Yeah, quick comment. I think that the solution, or who are the stakeholders for the solution, for me, it's the equity. We saw before lunch great projects. I think most of them should be executed. That is first thing. Then on the second half of the day, we saw the debt providers, and Estonia and Baltics. We actually are very much bank debt heavy. So our importance is even bigger than if we think of Nordics, where you have also capital markets providing bonds. So banks are important, but I think the third component is government. And we talked about government's role when it comes to the supporting the developments, but I think that the government should also see their role securing the certainty of the cash flow of these projects. Which are the exact mechanisms? These need to be thought through, but I think that the amount is just so huge. So if some of the parties fail, then I am afraid that there won't be investments of 3 to 5 billion euros by 2030.
Yep, we'll come to the policymakers in a short while as well, but maybe Sten, you can elaborate a bit more on the equity capital available actually to the developers.
I was just thinking that I think you mentioned very well that from a bank's point of view, you're looking at an investment grade counterparty for a PPA, which we basically don't have in the Baltics. So we have extremely limited PPA possibilities. Not even talking about gigawatts, of even hundreds of megawatts is extremely difficult. So as you mentioned, equity investors are looking at different ways to add value to the project, either through co-location or taking a portfolio view. As you mentioned as well, that if it's a portfolio, but if it's not anyway secured. So have you, from a bank's point of view, today already started thinking about if we incorporate storage, if we have a hybrid park which is fully merchant, does it provide added security, at least in some capacity, to the project?
Quick answer is that yes, we consider all of these, but storage doesn't come from free either. It's also an investment, needs to be financed. So of course it takes down the merchant risk in some extent, or this capture price risk, but this is also capex to be done and financed. So it could be part of the solution, but I think it doesn't solve the whole issue.
But Sten and Märt perhaps also, maybe you can elaborate a bit more on the equity capital that is actually today available to developers here, be that from private equity investors, be that from infrastructure funds, be that capital markets or IFIs as well, like EBRD.
Yes, thanks. The question previously was, do you have a product? Yes, we do. We invest also in the equity, and on the previous presentations, there was visually shown the need for the equity in the energy and renewable sector in Estonia and in the Baltics. Yes, we do, and EBRD is an international finance organization also owned by the states, and our mission is additionality, to support the local banking and also to support the, I don't want to say governments, but countries on their way to the green economy. So we are somehow in between. And why we do equity investments is, the reasoning is that we want the things start going so that the crucial investments will be done, so that, as Leno said, which is first, energy or manufacturing? Someone has to do the first step. We would like to be among those companies and institutions who are doing the first steps. So this is our view on equity investments.
Yeah, and maybe just to add on potential equity investors who are looking at the Baltics. So definitely the recent events haven't been too positive from a new investor perspective. Looking at the Baltics, we've seen several cases of large either funds or energy groups looking at the Baltics actively and then stopping at the last minute or taking a step back. So I think, as I showed as well, that there's a lot of dry powder to be invested. I think there are private equity institutional investors who are looking at the Baltics, who are ready to invest in solar, wind, storage. But I think for them, I think they will cover the equity part, probably not if it's 70%. But if it's maybe a 50-50, I think they're willing to come here. But I think for them, one of the key components is that Baltics has to have some kind of premium. Why am I not making this investment in Germany or France or Spain? And second thing, they need stability. So the investments that we have been working with institutional investors, showing them that we have NATO presence, showing to the big directors in London who doesn't know about Estonia or the Baltics, showing them that this is an environment where to invest and it is stable enough from a regulatory wise is extremely important.
May I just add to Sten that we also see that in 2022, when the war began, everybody just stopped. But right now, okay, we don't see any new investors coming in, but the existing ones or who have been here before, I would say that their finger is already on the standby button again to switch it off. So that let's start look around once again. We have adjusted to the current geopolitical situation. So I would say the glass is half full.
No, we desperately need NIB and EBRD on the board to take the country risk away. And we need to talk down country risk in terms of defense question and talk down the country risk to the level of saying that Baltic is a better place to invest and you don't need a premium. But in fact, this is a matter of honor. This is just if you do the calculation, how expensive is 1 percentage point of extra interest rate for the price of electricity that you finally get. And if you add this and a bit of inexperience with the project, you easily get 30% more expensive electricity in Estonia compared to Germany for the same project. And that's crazy.
Yeah. And I would just add up that I fully agree that we need EBRD, we need NIB, and actually we need all the commercial banks. Because I would rather see that if we have this, let's call it a 3 billion euro exercise, it's a more collaborative work than competitive work, because none of the commercial banks have the balance sheet to finance it fully. So everyone needs to contribute. And maybe one more comment that I feel that we have a kind of a feeling that it's equity against debt. In my head, it's not, because I think that equity investors are also expecting stability in the cash flow or certainty there. So yes, equity probably is ready to take more risk, but to certain extent, and fully agree with Sten that if you want to attract foreign investors in Estonia, then we need to have something extra to offer, because geopolitically we are not best located, especially at these times. So also in SEB, on a global level, we operate in nine countries. We see renewable energy projects in all countries. So it's also our kind of risk decision that whether it is better risk reward to finance the project in Norway, in Sweden, in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and if the circumstances are best in Estonia, of course, proportionally more capital will flow here. But if we are worst in instability, then probably it makes sense to give this euro out in Latvia, Lithuania, or Norway instead. So I think this like global competitiveness also in renewable energy sector is crucial to succeed and reach the 2030 target.
Indeed. I think we've heard the word geopolitics quite a few times now. And I'd like to actually share one personal story from Enefit Green IPO time. And actually, if we roll back our time into October 21, then actually it was probably in the hindsight, probably the best time when to do that kind of an IPO. I mean, the renewable sector was, okay, it has retreated from its highs, but it was still well received. Essentially, capital markets were booming, IPOs were all over the place, and still the Russian full-scale war against Ukraine was still about 6 months away, right? Or a bit less than that. And even then, international capital markets investors who we engaged with a part of our process were ready to put capital into Enefit Green, but they expected 15-20% premium, or rather discount in that case, right? So this is exactly what I think Sten is saying about the premium being warranted, and that was before the war, right? So that was when we were still a kind of a borderline state, so to speak. So how much has this changed actually since 2022 over the last 2 years? I mean, I don't know, Sten and Märt, maybe first from equity side, and then of course debt holders' view would be very, very vital as well.
Yeah, I don't know, Märt, if you have a clear view, but I think it really depends, because I would say maybe for some, because we work also on a daily basis to basically pitch the Baltics to energy transition funds, that this is a region where you should look at and invest. And when we are talking about new entrants who aren't in the Baltics, or maybe also not in countries situated next to Russia, I would say the premium probably needs to be higher. But I think a positive view on this is also that funds who are present in Finland or Poland, they've basically already taken this risk into account. And I think for them, there hasn't been that much of a change or expectation of additional premium.
Maybe I would just slip away a little from the premium side, but actually the renewable projects in the pipeline, we will start financing them now, because before 2022 we just started, but the investment projects with the size, triple-digit figures investments, we start making them now. Veiko, you have already started, but others will follow. So let's just start counting from here. So let's not compare with this 2022 period.
I wanted to add to the cost of financing and availability of funds is that we speak about the Baltic markets, but globally there is a great need for more investments. And globally, the money is needed. So also Germans and the Dutch are thinking where to get the money. So we are chasing for the same pool of money. We are not on a separate island here. It's not that we are considered really different, but they are chasing the same way. Everybody is trying to show that they are really good.
Thomas, please.
Yeah, thanks. I believe there are players who are not sort of interested or looking into the Baltic markets due to the geopolitical issue, but also perhaps even mainly due to the size of the market. But this is kind of hearsay. I don't have any facts on this. I can only say from the NIB's perspective, since 2022 or since the escalation of the situation in Ukraine or the war in Ukraine, we haven't changed any of our internal policies which would indicate not to sort of invest or finance transactions in the Baltic countries. On the contrary, even though we haven't really changed the policies per se, but there is certainly a strong push to do more in the Baltics.
Yeah, and just to echo that, we haven't changed our policies either. So the credit policy is more or less the same as it has been for last 10, 15 years. But regarding the attractiveness of Estonia then, and whether it has changed since war in Ukraine, I think when it comes to the European investors, then not that much. I think there still the kind of the base scenario is that we are part of NATO, and this is the sufficient security. Continuing also investments in Baltics, but I think it's completely different story attracting investors from, for example, from US. And but I think at the same time, when it comes to US investors, then probably we are in the same pool as Poland and other Eastern European countries. And when it comes to and where that kind of the pendulum will go, whether it gets worse or better, really hard to say. 2024 is the year where there is most elections or the largest number of population in the world is electing new leaders. We know what's going on in US, same goes on in India and other countries. So that could have quite considerable shift in trends in global level, and then sooner or later, of course, these will impact the environment and attractiveness of Baltics and Estonia.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the other countries are indeed in the same position, right? If we take Poland, very much the same place. Of course, we tend to forget that Poland is a very large economy, also in a global scale. So they can probably do a bit more and have more attractiveness around it. And for example, one transaction that we have been following with great interest is actually the around 1 gigawatt offshore financing that they closed, I think, in September. It was basically the Baltic Power project, right? 4.5 billion euros of debt raised for one offshore project in Poland. So there was a lot of lenders, both from international financial institutions as well as commercial banks involved, and seemed to be like not an easy ride, but a big consortium of financiers together. So, any thoughts that how we can do something similar from a regional standpoint? I don't know, maybe EBRD has any thoughts, or actually NIB or SEB as well?
Just a disclaimer that we put there 140 million. So we are part of that investment, and there were 15 financial institutions altogether. So it's like a new exercise for all, even for financing partners. And what I see is that from that, that's copy-paste we should do in the Baltic Sea. That's no other way. because those offshore projects that were shown also on the screen today, they all need a consortium of financial institutions, and I think we are ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. So the small philosopher in me indicates that the free market is the best on a longer run. Then again, the lender in me indicates that, as already was stated over here, there needs to be sort of offtake hedging. And you just mentioned that let's just copy paste what the Polish did. They do have the CFD scheme, which then guarantees or secures that offtake risk in an adequate way for a lender and the equity to actually provide that whatever billions that are needed. So my message would be that even though the small philosophy in me says no subsidies are needed, no support schemes are needed, but still the lender in me and the taxpayer, if I would be paying tax here in Estonia, would be in support of the government CFD scheme or similar.
Peep, what's your view?
Yeah, and I agree what was said when it comes to the banks doing collaboration. Then we have several clients and projects where we finance it in syndication, only commercial banks, but in several cases also commercial banks together with the institutional banks. So that is not the question. And I really liked your comment that let's copy paste. We don't have to create the wheel here. Let's look what the others are doing. Let's take into account the taxpayers' interests, but not only. We still need to make the investments as well. So let's try to find the best balance and fully agree. Let's copy and let's copy with the pride.
Copy with the pride. And Lenno, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to continue from the size. The size does matter actually here, and there is anecdotal evidence. The Estonian bonds, when they first came to the market, investors were not willing to buy them because you need to analyze a new country, and if the amount is small, why bothering? Because the fixed cost is large. The same holds for these kind of investments, that the first investor actually thinks, should I invest here or not, depending on what is the overall volume. So it's even if we see a lot of wind projects in the years ahead at the same time, this actually might help to finance it, because you know that once there's the first project, there's going to be second, third, and fourth one in the pipeline, so that you're not doing the investment only for one, but for many. And that's why the size matters. So that's why the Baltic region probably is better to sell than Estonia alone. And why the countries need to grow in energy consumption is that once you have bigger ambition, you can show a larger scale. But coming down to the taxpayers, CFD doesn't mean a subsidy necessarily, right? I think of it as an insurance. It's just that the insurance companies are usually too small to provide it, and there are many country-related risks involved. Is what the government decides about the grid, and they can decide to take money from one pocket and put to the other. That's something what the private company cannot do, and that's why the government is in good position of providing it, but it's not per se a subsidy, and we should not think of it as a subsidy. We should think of it insurance and taking risks off the table.
De-risking, very important indeed. But one thing you said actually in your presentation was that being the first matters a lot. Moving fast matters a lot. Would you actually draw this parallel here as well, that in order to be the first offshore project to be funded in the Baltics, we need to really move fast. We don't have any time to lose.
That is probably harder. We need to, in terms of financing, probably if I say that if you give me more time to think about it, of course it's better, right? That's an easy way. Just that the conditions change all the time. And the financing conditions also evolve from year to year. The interest rates jump up and they can go down, and going down might not be a good thing because the economy has collapsed somewhere else, right? So that these kind of cyclical dynamics, they are unpredictable. And one cannot trust that in 2 years this is going to be a good time. No, this is something one cannot say. The first one here might also be a bit tricky because the one who is moving the market. But given that you can go with the message that you see there's a queue behind us, then if you manage to convince that there's a queue, then of course you want to be the first one who buys it and then leave the others behind.
But I think it's also important to assess that whether we are in a position to choose, how fast can we go, because we need to assess the whole value chain. And if the producers are saying that, either I build a wind turbine for you in next 3 years, or you will be in the queue 7 year and onwards, then this is like a constant that we need to take into account, that we cannot, some parameters are determined for us, and then we need to find the best balance, how to navigate between it. And in some cases it's worth to wait, but in some cases if you wait, you might need to wait 5 years more than, or 3 years more than you actually initially wanted. So a lot of different characteristics.
No, if the green transition becomes a problem for the Baltics, and you see that the production side is not going ahead because there's not enough electricity, green electricity, then of course for the banks the faster the better, right? Because the most of the balance sheet is still in the rest of the economy producing goods and services. Mm-hmm.
My view is that the first mover advantage there is, but the winner is not taking it all. Because we see that Leno projected on the screen the need for additional electricity in our region. So there's a lot more producers need to be on the market. So, and funding is available. So we need all those projects that are currently in the pipeline to, finance when they are ready.
And a quick comment, I think you, Lenno, pointed out that whether overproduce or underproduce, then my clear view is that it's much better to slightly overproduce than underproduce. The economics doesn't work like this, that okay, let's do the 90% of the need, and then let's add 5% and 5%. You need to do 120 and then attract all the energy heavy industries and then compete with all the other regions and countries. So rather overproduce than underproduce, and that also means overfinance these projects, including debt and equity.
Yeah, I mean, in relation to that overproduction or underproduction, I mean, I guess for the last 2 years or so in Sweden, the new capacity that has been agreed on has been a fraction what it used to be. Last year in Finland, it was the same issue. It was 2 gigawatts, and then last year, was there anything, basically, was the question. And I'm just wondering, I don't have the answer, but I'm just wondering, is that the situation when the market has to some extent saturated? There is perhaps some overcapacity. I do understand that some other sort of inputs like the interest, they have changed a lot. But still, is it the case in Sweden, in Finland presently, that there is a slight sort of hesitance to do additional power until these big gigawatt factories or plants come online, which then create the demand and then, of course, then encourage the sort of further investments? I mean, it is something that I'm wondering, I don't have the answer for.
Yeah, I think I can second that a bit from a meeting just this morning. We had Nordea visiting with us, and according to their information, no new investment decisions into wind was taken last year into Finland, And there was also the same topic as brought out by you, Thomas, and Peep, the offtake, because the PPA market is so volatile that even they are having trouble finding offtake, or at what is the right price for the offtake, I guess is the right way to say. So in a way, there might be a bit of slowdown at some point to again have to take the next step, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are developers in the audience, but the stories that I've heard more in Finland rather than in Estonia is that they keep on developing, but the price level to actually the price level of the offtake, the price level of the PPAs available is not high enough in order to cover the capex increase, the all-in interest rates, etc. So it seems, at least in Finland, it was interesting. I mean, on a general level, it's been very, very interesting to hear today the different speeches, and not only the speeches, but the kind of energy that's in the room. I mean, compared to the similar conference in Finland last fall, it was kind of on hold. But over here, you guys, the room is full of energy, and that's great. And I'm hoping that will, next year be the same case in Finland as well. Hopefully we have the gigafactories coming online and full of need and demand. But yeah, it is a different situation, I would say, in Sweden, Finland, and Estonia. All of these three economies slightly in a different position, perhaps Sweden leading in a sense that they do have those gigafactories coming online, creating the demand. Finland there's been to some extent discussion on a giga-level investments, haven't materialized yet, and perhaps Estonia is still in a phase where they are creating that slight overcapacity of the power to attract the gigafactories or so.
Great stuff. So in terms of risks, I understand from SEB and NIB, everything else can more or less be solved, but where is the offtake? And the answer is, I understand, let's go be the Polish and let's have CFDs for the countries. But I mean, do you see any downside in there, or is there anything else in addition to that the government could, or the policymakers for that matter, could do to promote the increasing development? Please, Pep.
Yeah, I think the downside, of course, if you have CDF, then the downside is that you overcompensate. Now, this is from the society perspective, this is the clear downside. But I think it's even, and now, if you slightly overcompensate compared to that there is not enough investments, we are not able to reach fully renewable electricity for 2030. I think from the society perspective, it's even worse, because that I am kind of, let's say, fully certain that if we think of 2030, any foreign investor who comes here in energy-heavy industry, they want renewable energy. That is a fact. If we go there and then say that, our energy mix is like 60-40, 60 is renewable and 40% is oil shale, they won't come here. So from that perspective, I would say I would rather have the more favorable CDF. Yes, taxpayers will pay probably slightly more, but at the same time you have lower energy price, more stable energy price, more manufacturing industry who are actually paying the salary for the same taxpayers. So we need to look at the whole chain, not only comparing the actual renewable energy compensation amount. So,
Sten, please.
Thomas was before.
Okay, yeah, just sort of building on what you guys just said. I mean, you talked about CFD being an insurance, and I would claim on the back of your sort of comment that it is an insurance for the project developer, but it's also an insurance for the society for the reasons exactly that you mentioned. So it's kind of one can at least argue that it's a win-win situation for both.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that CFD is not the only option. So we have worked with our UK college and in UK colleagues, and in UK they have used cap and floor system, which have been discussed here in Estonia as well, where you have a corridor of basically market price. If you go below the floor, you support developer, but if you go over the cap, the premium is given back to the society. So you would share the risk and reward, not just the risk.
Yeah, and Lenno, you mentioned that getting clients involved might be a good idea for the clients to participate also in these sort of developments. Do you think that will happen in any near-term future? Off-takers investing into windmills?
No, so I guess that requires. No, the time frame is actually good now to think of clients showing up for 2030. And this is the time frame where you can change something, and 6 years you can bring manufacturing in to meet the clients, and then this is a really easy way to. So if you say we don't have partners and we can't do so, let's bring the partners in. Maybe we can also look at the other way around. So maybe this industrial policy is something that we need to work on very heavily and think of the companies who are buying that electricity to show that it's stable. And yeah, for Estonia it's especially important because if the frequency comes from Poland, then we are the last station, the train station. And you know, if you have taken a tube somewhere in Europe, you know that sometimes the last stations are skipped for various reasons. You don't want to be in that position.
Probably don't. So time to wrap up shortly. Any final words, Sten? What should the policymakers do and what should the developers focus on?
Well, I think, Lena, you made a great point that maybe combining the energy strategy and the industrial strategy of the government together, looking at them together. So that would be an maybe interesting view.
Pep, any final wise words?
Yeah, maybe contradicting, but actually we are open for business. So I'm serious. So reach out to me, and maybe I was challenging towards different stakeholders, but really we have strong capital base, and actually we want to contribute to renewable energy. And me being Estonian, then my interest is definitely to support the Estonian society and find the ways how to reach 2030 targets. So reach out.
Lenno?
Yeah, I think that biggest surprise for me starting working for a commercial bank was that the conflict of interest with the rest of the society is not that big. That we actually need companies to flourish. We need people to have a nice life, and then the banks can also survive and work nicely. So this is something that the banks are really interested in at the moment, to support the green economy and looking for ways to do it. And clearly there's a cooperation and forth and back discussions how to go on.
Right. Thomas, does Estonia have a bright future for wind energy?
Well, thank you for asking. Well, I hope actually that all the Nordic and Baltic countries have a bright future. At least there is a potential for that, and I do personally, on a personal level, I really hope that we are in a position, all of us, to harness the great potential that exists for the future. And if you call Pep, please call me as well. I'm happy. I'm open for business. Oh, Len, of course, as well. We can actually provide a loan, perhaps the three of us, to the project. Yeah.
And Mart, last but not least, can we finance the 5 billion?
From the financing side, we want to see the stability in the revenues. So anything that can give some stability to revenues, client call. Let's stop here.
Sorry, my daughter asking about the future of her.
Renewable energy.
Renewable energy, exactly, yeah.
Let's make a great round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a nice positive ending to the panel. It's good to be in a good mood to head to a coffee break. And those of you who have booked your little matchmaking opportunity with the Dutch companies, I already saw some movement beforehand, so hopefully you're well aware of your time in the schedule, but we're going to start a parallel session with the Dutch companies, so you all have a slot. Everyone else, enjoy coffee and see you in half an hour. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a challenge to get people back to the venue after a long day, and when you have coffee next door, it's certainly a challenge. So I do appreciate all of you who have already found your way back here, and hopefully while I'm speaking here, people who are still buzzing there at the hallway will also make way back here. It's been a long and interesting day where we've already repeatedly heard that, well, of course it's lovely to produce electricity. Who didn't like windmills? They're so beautiful to look at and electrons are hot. But the value for society is in what we make out of electricity, how we use electricity, but also how we maintain, how we build the facilities of renewable energy. And during the last session, this is exactly what we're going to talk about, how to move from NIMBY to bring it on, and who are the first real players in Estonia who have recognized the opportunity that it's good to be close to a wind farm development. It's good to train people. It's good to think about the jobs and the perspective. So without further from my side, I'm happy to invite onto the stage the Vice Chairman of Estonian Maritime Cluster, Director of Kuressaare College, Meri Kinsigo, who will share her insight.
Hello. In my opinion, engineers are like sorcerers or witches. Why? Because I think they can predict the future. Moreover, they are able to see not only the future itself, but also see and feel the possible challenges, problems, issues, and at the same time find the solutions for them. How I dare to say that? Let me explain. So, where are we? In the middle of the Baltic Sea. You see, I put on the island of Saaremaa, a little green mark. Oh, beware, this upper island is our neighbors, Hiiumaa. They're usually quite conservative guys, except one thing, they have great neighbors. Anyway, the Baltic Sea. A few weeks ago, I visited a conference of military technologies where I heard the statement that the Baltic Sea is a shitty place to be on the surface and a quite challenging place to be for submariners. Well, okay. A week later, I visited another conference of Navy leaders, Navy Tech. And you know what? I heard the exact same sentence again. Then I started to think, what the heck? Is it really that awful place to be? Why they say this about the Baltic Sea? Well, the Baltic Sea can indeed be a challenging place, especially for submariners. But based on the environmental assessments and the general ecological statistics, I would say for some species and inhabitants, it's a quite nice place to be. For example, seals seem to quite enjoy it. So do hundreds and thousands of birds and fishes. They certainly found it and consider it as a rather pleasant place to be. What we know, we have a lot of information about the environmental conditions, about physical conditions, pollutions, shipping, ports, and so on. I think you are, most of you, quite experts about Baltic Sea. A brief history of a center of the Baltic Sea. Well, I mean the island of Saaremaa. What have we done until now? 1999, our humble little college was established. Kuressaare Ametikool training center, regional training center, of course, has a lot longer history. They can be proud of being active, I think, about 100 years, almost a century. What we have done on the island, 2010, we started small craft competence center discussions. First project proposal was written. What it meant? It meant starting a competence for basically zero. Before that, we didn't have much except some higher education, some little part of university. At the same year, the bachelor study program of small craft building was opened. 2016, first phase of competence center was successfully finished. The center itself as a physical complex and building was built, and it went to second phase. It means widening the competence, the services, and going into the next project. 2021 started discussions about European Social Fund to widen and enlarge the competence and knowledge in regional training center. Also, yes, it was easier for us in college because we are used handling and managing the projects all the time. For training center, they have waited all the time and strong support from Ministry of Education. But nevertheless, it was successful. Last year, we changed our focus and action field of our competence center. From small craft competence center grew out marine technology competence center. With our consortia joined Estonian Wind Energy Association. And why? Once again, the life develops and grows with such a speed. What needs and requirements and interests we had 20 years ago, they are a long history for us. Not anymore small craft building. Even ships have grown bigger. So we saw clearly we have new challenges, new fields and topics we need to change, and quickly. That's why we changed our competence center a little bit. We have had last year also quite intensive year between different parties, cooperative partners. For example, local municipality, I don't know, have I mentioned, signed last year memorandum of understanding and contract with Uda City in Japan. There is a mutual interest between the parties. We opened a master study program as a college, and we have had already quite a long time doctoral studies. So it means today we offer on the island all levels of education, starting from vocational school, ending or finishing, well, it can't be even said, it's finishing doctoral level and growing out to professors, until professors. On these people, our competence center is based off. So, and this year, we have got answers, results of both schools, European Social Funds projects applications. We have a positive. And what does it mean? We have been dealing systematically growing of competence, marine technologies, knowledge of the sea and marine structures, boats, and now wind technicians, wind parks, and the next ones will be probably wind engineers, marine engineers in the wind energy sector. Within basically 20 years, we have reached from start line, from zero, to nationally important competence center. In 2019, the government put on a nationally important roadmap our competence center. So this is a really important milestone for us. We try to continue that way and path. Within the years, we have brought in education and science field about 11-12 million euros to the island. Well, it may be not a big number for you, but it definitely is a big number for us until that time, because if some dreams come true, the next bite has to be always bigger. But we don't know. Sea blindness, climate changes, the speed of innovations. It seems everything and everyone are running ahead of us. And what is our role? To extinguish fires all the time, or to be proactive, to see and to deal with tomorrow's challenges? It's a matter of choices. The mysterious future. So, what about the future? Can future be predicted? I say yes. Maybe I'm too bold. But let me give some explanations. The surprising link I discovered lately is between science fiction and economic history, which suggests that what we write or what we can imagine will actually come true. Proven in history repeatedly. It means our imaginations give us limits. This method, for me it's a method, may be used actually as a strategic approach for innovation, a conscious transformation. And that means we have to have even bigger dreams. So, what happens next, starting tomorrow? As I mentioned shortly, Regional Training Center will start training blade repair technicians, we need also O&M port. Pre-study analyze will be finished this year, for sure. I will speak a few words about that a little bit later. We will go definitely 2025 to European Social Fund second stage or phase, both schools, regional training center, and us as a college. The aim and goal is also to join an international network of talent recruitment with a goal of hiring Spider-Man. What does it mean, actually? GVO and IRATA Safety Training License Coach. The Regional Training Center has taken a goal to start these trainings and give certificates in that field and issues. It means they need also a licensed coach or trainer. What else? 2026 training of wind turbine technicians will be open. One important year for Saare Wind Energy, because by that time they have to do, it's quite close future, final investment decision. They don't have any more time to delay, because it will cost a lot and it will be painful for them. What else? By 2028, the expansion of a technology lighthouse of Regional Training Center will be completed, and 45 technicians will be trained per year. It's my ideal world, optimistic scenario, but as I just said a few sentences ago, you have to dream big and wild, and someone suggests be careful with your dreams. They tend to come true. What else? According to plans 2030, Saare Wind Energy Offshore Wind Park operates with full capacity. Next 30 years is operating period, and Guido and our guys will have stable and quiet and comfortable time period. And I like this. But at the end of the operating period, decision must be made. Reconstruction, dismantling, whatever. And as you can see, 2061, Guido will celebrate his 19th birthday. I couldn't resist, I just had to put it on the timeline. And you can be sure I intend to squeeze the birthday invitation out from Guido. You see how easy it is to predict the future? I know exactly where I will be 2061. But to be serious again, by 2028, we will have completed the first phase, and Saaremaa will be ready to take new challenges. The keywords will be expanding competency, widening topics and fields on the top of basic skills. New topics will be incorporating engineering levels. And the main goal is to meet the needs through further education, to increase the value of work chains and positions, moving from lower value and seasonal jobs to higher value positions. Do solutions have to be physical? No. Well, yes and no. Today, scientists have concluded that all living organisms are purely algorithms. With this conclusion, biologists demolished the barrier between organic and inorganic world, transforming the computer revolution into a biological catastrophe. We have left physical boundaries far behind ourselves. We need freedom to go beyond them. It's not just a need anymore. It's basic and everyday reality. But at the same time, we still do need a physical world and solutions also. progress inspires even bigger dreams. To meet needs of maritime and energy sector, and also to support actively innovation and entrepreneurship, we need practical testbed innovation area into Estonian waters. There are several innovation test sites in Europe, as good examples for me, at least. Places where companies and researchers can test their equipment and technologies in real environment. For example, marine energy platform in Spain, Troya Harbour in Portugal, and Plymouth in England. We also need, as I mentioned, operation and maintenance port to Saaremaa. Local municipality has commissioned a study on the establishment of a service port. The draft was presented, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. Yes, Mick says yes. The final report will be ready for show in spring, I hope. And I am optimistic if I say that actions will follow immediately. In ideal world, establishing a service port will take about 5-year cycle. Well, to be a little bit more realistic, maybe 1-2 years more. But wind farm developer or operator could be port investor. Wouldn't be nice? We have a couple of very promising potential locations in Saaremaa, where the seabed quickly deepens, the port is open and has good access to the open sea, with planned wind farms in reasonable distance. One area is Kaugatamäe-Mala, the red mark here, where the seabed depth goes to 6 meters within 500 meters distance. And the first offshore wind farm is 10-11 kilometers away. And another potential port is here, up, Veere, which is operating a port today. And I can say, today I am already also in discussions with port owners to clarify the possibilities of developing the port area into research and innovation test site for testing new technologies and solutions to be ready to meet the needs of tomorrow. A more detailed report will be to municipalities table on them, so you can ask them. I dearly hope that we will find together investors for it. I heard before here were some bankers. Maybe you have some free money. Please, be welcome to join us and our projects. Okay. Still, big progress. I've often pondered which option is easier. Not knowing what you want from life, or knowing exactly what you want. I tend to believe that having a clear path in mind is better. We have started this journey in Saaremaa with a great team, because in my understanding, we have clear path. We have only one solution and option, just to go ahead and do things what need to be done. To develop offshore wind parks, to establish and build up a service port, to continue growing up with competence centers, technology lighthouse, to increase the value of work positions. Our ambition is, on Saaremaa, to tell you what you think before you know it. And that means predicting the future again. It's our task to know what needs to be done, what are tomorrow's challenges, what technologies we need tomorrow and day after that, what possible problems and issues we bring us, and how to solve them. And this is the task and job mostly for engineers. The islanders have centuries-old experience, as our genetic memory also. Experience with the sea. Let's turn this genetic memory into economic benefit. With the country's largest army of top-notch engineers. If we are able to do that, at the end of the day, I am happy and I can sleep one day, not in close future, but at latest on Guido's 90th jubilee, I will be happy. So next, and quite constructive numbers for our next projects. We plan to build up our technology center, technology lighthouse. We plan to build up and open the testbed service port. We plan to create a smart sea center of excellence. And that's simple. That's simple. Nothing special. So this is our future. And I said that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for predicting the future, but what are Pärnuma's plans? We're going to hear from Tea Tammeleht Abraham, who's the head of development department at Pärnumaa Kutsehariduskeskus. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank God there's slightly more people this year than last year. But before I start, there's too much technology, so I hope that I'm not going to fail here. But as I already got introduced, I'm Tea, and I'm from Pärnumaa Kutsehariduskeskus, and I'm not going to use the other names, it's too many of them. But I was thinking that how should I start that speech here, because this is not my everyday job. And we were discussing that the head of the development of Pärnumaa, and he said that, why don't you use a joke? Joke always, heats up the people. And we were scrolling through the screen, and I think I found a perfect joke. So, do you know why is wind power so popular? Does anybody know? Because it has a lot of fans. So that's the start of this presentation. So I'm not an expert about talking about Estonian development strategy, but I do know that the focus is to creating profitable and knowledgeable jobs, because that's a circle of economy. And what is better than to have a good job is to have an even better education. So to foster economic growth and development, it is crucial to focus on creating profitable knowledge, intensive jobs. This can be achieved through synergies between businesses, researchers, and education. And this is only by promoting smart specializations. So what is the strength of the Pärnumaa? Our very good strength is that we are blessed with abundance of natural resources. And we were just discussing earlier that we actually have already windmills. We already have wind parks. In Pärnumaa, we have 7 counties or parishes, and 3 of them already have parks. So that makes roughly 100 windmills in Pärnumaa. And that's the skill and the leverage which we can leverage by the different opportunities. So what is Pärnumaa vision by 2027? We are aspiring to become a new energy county. Because our aspiration is to have the better energy, to be more sustainable, and we want to take the significant steps towards the sustainable future. This is our city, Pärnu. I hope here is quite many people who are from there. And the Wind Energy Association has emphasized that the need of the new specialities, especially in in vocational education and higher as well, are aligned with the future of the wind energy. And while creating a new curriculum, we aim to ensure that training programs can be initiated as soon as possible and enabling students to prepare for careers in this rapidly growing industry. So this is our school. The school is quite old. It started in 1960. I don't have a timeline, but I know that story. We have a small campus. I can't say quite small. We have 5 buildings, and we have enormous different type of curriculums there. We have 130 plus teachers and staff members, 1,150 roughly students, and we also have adult education seekers who we roughly train every year, 1,500 to 2,000 students. And when we talk about the wind energy, then you definitely need to know about certain curriculums which need to be there to start as a wind energy technician. So we are also teaching electricians, IT technicians, we also do logistics, mechanics, solar panels, welding, and we have already started with the wind energy curriculum last year. So how did the whole story begin for us? So last year when I had the presentation here, we actually just started the course, but we decided or find it that we have 4 crucial steps. So to have the 4 steps is that we start with an adult course because it's easier. We need to enlist all the different type of partners. We applied for the different type of grants, and we also received them. And we also had to get the word out because it was really hard. People were very skeptical that, what are you starting to teach us? We have no knowledge in Estonia. Where do you get the people who are going to teach and guide us? So the first course was for basic training for wind and turbine maintenance staff. We had roughly 60 applicants. The course duration was 3 months. The course was held on the weekends, so people can come outside of Pärnu. They can stay in our dormitory, and they can study. Throughout the funds which we were received, we were able to accept 16 students. And all the 16 students also graduated. So that means the interest is there. This analysis of the 16 students showed us that one person who graduated had a middle school education, which was 9th grade, and half of the others, so 15 people, we can't make them half, but let's say 7 and 8, had either vocational education or higher education. And outside of the 16th, now 3 are hired as wind energy technicians. And the on-site training was also held in the windmills. So our students with the teachers were able to climb and see the windmill inside. And the training was held last year between January and March. So which were our steps in 2023? Yes, you can see the 4 months, but they actually have a meaning. So in March 2023, we submitted the program. April, the curriculum got accepted. In June 2023, we were actually applying for the different EU funds. And we wanted to have simulators in-house, so the students can come and learn in the building. And December last year, we were lucky and we received all these simulators. And we got this electric wind turbine training system, electric hydraulic training kit, fluid sim hydraulic drawing software license, and also we have something got mentioned now. But you can always come and see them with your own eye. And plans for the 2024. So January 2024, we submitted the level 4 apprenticeship, electric and wind turbine technicians. We are planning to start the group in September. In March 2024, before the main group starts, we are starting to do again a new curriculum for adult course. And we are aiming to start in March. And the key topics of the course is going to be slightly different than it were last year. But the key topics are going to be the study introductory. We are definitely going to use all the simulators what we have in the house. We are also going to go through safety techniques and for the maintenance. Also electrical wind turbine construction and maintenance. And the curriculum is holding 170 hours. And that means that 78 hours we have a theoretical instructions. We have 78 hours of practical instructions, 8 hours of field trips. That means that the boys or the girls can go up on the wind turbines. And also 24 hours where they need to do the independent work. Also plan what we have that, which is continuing in the longer run. It's not like it's only on for 2024, but these are the certain steps which we are going to take on this year. And we have a longer plan as well. The longer plan is to be there and to provide all the different type of curriculums, especially for the wind turbine specialists. And we want to do the training courses continuously. When we have the first course in March, we want to start the main curriculum in September. Then we see that we can also continue with the same sequence in 2025 and 26. And we also want to implement a new energy curriculum, which we can also go and elaborate with the lower grade or the lower middle and high school students. And we also want to start the elevating course with the general school pupils. But everything is not always roses and lilies. We also have problems. And the problems are coming that we need people who have the know-how, who have the knowledge, who are willing to share the knowledge. Because when you have the know-how, you are giving it back to the community. And the community is us. The community belongs to you. And in the light of all above this, there is a need to diversify and increase the technical capacity to implement, especially apprenticeships in the school. So we all have a win-win situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. You don't have to go far. You can, I believe, already take a seat on the stage because a panel discussion is about to follow. And I'm happy to invite also Merit, but Klaus-Erik Pillar, Markus Hääl, and the moderator for this panel will be Enda Pärismaa. Enjoy the discussion.
Sul on kõik välja mõeldud. Sul on mingid So I understand that everything is ready for us. Now we learn very much about education, but it's more, for me, it's more about about local community, that we already understood that the wind turbines, they have kind of bananas. And what can local communities, what are the opportunities with those bananas to local communities? But at first, you already met the ladies, but we also have two nice guys here. So just, Klaus-Erik, introduce briefly yourself, your background, what you're doing.
Yes, I'm Klaus, I'm from Sunly. We are developers, so developing wind projects in Estonia. And I've been doing it for, say, 5 years in Sunly now.
And I know that we will come to this later, that Sunly has some good ideas how to give opportunities, those bananas also to local communities.
Yes, so basically, maybe just to jump a bit ahead, and say 4 years ago, when we started together with some other co-developers, the process of this new wave of greenfield developments, then we kind of had the choice whether we want to do it like not bare minimum, but close to minimum, what the Planning Act says, go to the meetings that you have to, and then just involve the people when you have to. And the other choice then was to really get your hands dirty and go in as fast as possible, get maybe negative reviews and feedback first, but still it was a choice that we made because we felt that picking the first one would have been too much of a gamble, meaning that if the local community wakens at the later stage, it will be horrible.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Markus, about you.
Hello. As you heard, I'm Markus. So in reality, we are a real estate development company and a technology company. And why I'm here is that otherwise our main thing is to develop the largest sustainable development in the Baltic region in Tallinn, but we also consult other places. One of them is Paldiski, which is where we also have a 25-acre development in a place where there already is a wind park there, and there are relatively a lot of things that you can actually do with that.
Mm-hmm. And about myself, I'm from 3D Wind Service. I am Enda. We are more known about works high up there. But also personally, I'm pretty much interested about especially environment and people and how to, well, just mix also all those opportunities, how to make people maybe to change their opinion a bit and well, this is why I am here probably leading this, why they choose me, because it's not actually my work. My work is pretty different. And about this, I was not, at first I was thinking not to mention it, but as it was, I'm half of the Spider-Man. So I have GVO, basic safety training, done. So it's also I think it's very good to know for everybody who is thinking that, am I able to do it? Yes, you are, because I did it. So everybody of you can do it. Okay, well, I have something noted down here, so some ideas, some questions. So I do understand that guys definitely have some more experience with the wind, but Teo and Merit, you probably do not have so much, I mean, like the first hand.
Experience with the wind?
Yeah, with wind power as such.
Okay, be precise, because I am definitely having experience with
yes,
three generations of wind.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, wind turbines, yeah. So that it's quite different group, but our main idea is still what are the opportunities, and I know the ladies have good ideas on this. At first, I want to ask, let's start from you, Merit. What do you think, why some people are not so much wishing, I even don't say they're against the wind parks, but well, they are not very much wishing it to be close to them. What do you think, what may be the reason for it? That people are, well, not in my backyard. Just what are your ideas? Because I think at first we must get what can be the possible reasons why people are, well, not wanting them in their backyard. So then we can also look for the solutions or what they can benefit from the windmills.
Through evolution, human brain has developed so that they tend to like and acknowledge the things they know, they have experienced, they are able to imagine. If there is something totally new for them, and their brain don't have any concrete and clear understanding and connection, they are afraid of it. I think this is the most simple and short answer to it.
And Markus, can you also answer the same question? What are your ideas about it?
Well, the change is one thing, definitely. The main thing in general, what we have learned is that, is it wind parks, is it changing an industrial harbor into a new real estate development? There's one simple thing, is that the moment you have done your plans and then you go and introduce them, then you are too late in involving people. Because people, as you said, they are afraid of things they don't know. So we have done anthropological research with different groups to understand what are their biggest fears with real estate development, for example. And what we found out was relatively simple. They are not afraid of the real estate development. They are afraid of the unknown. So if you go too late and involve the communities too late, then their thinking is usually that, okay, the plans are done. No one cares about me anyway. They'll just, not push me under a bus, but pretty much just drive over me and don't care about it. And what is a very good example to show that that is the case is that when we went to consult and help with the development in Paldiski, where there is a wind park already there, then when we went, because it's a real estate development where there's a collaboration with the city and a private developer. So we went there and asked, okay, so should we address the hybrid park of solar and wind that we want to add here as well? And they looked at us and asked why. Because it's already existing there, that work had been done, and they have other troubles and other problems. So they are well informed all the time, and they have community programs where I think Enefit and Paldiski city work together and actually offer support to new activities that the locals want to do. So they're very involved all the time. Which for me shows that if you have everyone involved, then in most cases you can actually get over the hurdle, but you need to do it very early, and that is the key to it, I think.
Tea, anything to add?
My question is, when is the right time?
The moment you start thinking, I want to do a wind park somewhere.
Yeah, I understand that when Merit starts making like this big thinking, then you must involve the people already when you're doing this thinking.
Because I think at the end of the day, we are always late.
Yeah.
We are always late. We can plan, we can pre-plan, we start thinking about it, but when we go for the community and we start talking about it, then it's like, where you were yesterday?
Yeah, that is true, but that it still takes work. It's just that the longer you wait, the worse it gets. For example, a lot of the initial critics we had in our project are now our biggest supporters and the most active people who recommend things and who come and talk and say, maybe you should look at this initiative, maybe you should do this. So it will take time, but the thing is that you go there and you just listen in the beginning. If you go and show any slides, for example, in your first meeting, then you're screwed up. You can't show anything. The thing is, like, if you take how municipalities often involve communities in Estonia, is that they go there and they say, we want to do this, we want to do that, and that is the moment you already lost everyone, because they think that you have everything planned out. You need to go and ask questions like, so what are the problems around here? What's happening? What do you think about real estate developments? What do you think about wind turbines? And you have to just start listening and gradually going in there. It doesn't work, of course, always. There's always backlash and things like that. But the later you go, the worse it is by far.
Okay, Klaus, also coming back to the original question. So what have you seen why people are like worried about the wind farms?
No, I have to echo what has already been said, but we have had like a fair share of accusation that we come too early, actually. But it's a good accusation to get. The part is then, what's the topic? People don't know actually what the topic is. They don't know what to give feedback on. And how we have solved it, kinda, is is a method of compensation for them as well. And in reality, it's like a side topic, but it's actually in the first phase maybe the main topic. So how will we compensate the part that they are actually thinking and giving us feedback? So we have this virtual share program for our development projects, and this is how we actually reach the people first. We make the connection, and then we start talking about the project.
So we are still talking that money makes everything moving. The wheels will move with the money.
I'll just add, yes, money makes everything moving, but it gives value to it first in some sense. And the second thing is that when you're building a community or a group, you need to create the feeling of ownership. If you don't have a feeling of ownership, you don't care about it. It's like with rental bikes or scooters, for example. If you have your own bike or scooter, you don't throw it around and you actually care about it. The moment it's not yours, then you're like, F that. I mean, it's simple as that, I mean.
Well, about money, I also wanted to share some Finnish example. And I was just discussing last week for quite long with a municipality, well, not head of the municipality, but member of the board in central Finland. And they have I think this is the biggest operating Finnish wind farm at the moment, with new Vestas and Ventus turbines, and there are 69 of them. And I was also asking that what your people think about it, and what are the things there. And there is also some environmental stuff, so on. But we can discuss those a bit later. But what there was is that quite many landowners actually want to have the wind turbines there, because the companies are paying them for this money. And then if the local municipality says maybe that there will not be so big wind park, so that there is less land use, so the landowners will come crazy and say that the municipality stops them from getting money. So it can be also that money is by, well, who decides? And if you can involve the people who are really living there, but in Finland there is not that kind of compensation system. Of course, there are also voluntary ones. But that creates the problem. If the wind park is not coming there, then the locals are not happy. But it's again about the money.
But isn't it also the sense of ownership, because they can decide what they want to do with their own land?
They can decide. Yeah, it is. But they still they kind of want to get like easy money for it. But they can decide. But still, the final word is still at the municipality. That if it will be in that size, well, so maybe some landowners get some money, some maybe not if they reduce it. So it can be different. So we already had some examples how to get people like to change their mind. So Merit, what do you think? What else we can? There was something, guys can talk more about it. But what do you else think? How to make people change their mind? Well, I know it's not like going like this, but just you must start somehow. What are your ideas? How to spread the word that?
You want an honest answer?
Yes, of course.
The fundamental change of thinking comes with change of generations.
I absolutely have to agree.
So it takes about 25 years, 30 years at least to change the attitude.
Actually, it has been also done quicker. Like in Finland, they also had quite many problems there with the wind power, and now it is like they said that now they don't grow so much as they did a couple of last year. Now they build just only 1,000 megawatts per year. So it's like, but there also were this problem, but also that it's a bit of money-wise, and I also get the understanding that the younger people, they are like more supportive, and also the changes in family quite often come from the kids or the youth. If the youth are constantly like telling their parents that why you don't like it, and it has its benefits, and it's whatever, it can be whatever. So they can also change a bit of the opinion in the family. Thea?
I think that when you have the people, it's like, you know, when you don't like anything or you have a certain opinion about it, but you take the people and you invite them along and you show them the actual things, how they are. And, I'm more than sure that the new generation or the older generation is going to also change their mind. But end of the day, like, when people go towards to the turbines and they see that, they are not making so much noise maybe, or, they are not so bad, or, the community, they are bringing together, or community has some benefit of it. So I think that we need to think not all the time that what is a negative, we need to find what is a positive for that.
Yeah, but of course some people are that kind that they are fundamentally against it, and those we cannot probably never change, of course.
Definitely, and as already mentioned earlier, it is about the generations.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes time, but we don't have time so much, isn't it?
So, Klaus, what do you have? Have you noticed in your project that the younger generation is like more involved? Is there any difference by the age groups? Well, I don't know how much statistics you do about it. But.
So I would say from our experience, it doesn't play out that well that the younger generation is in favor. They can be hardly against as well. So they are able to mobilize people, and we don't see it that much. To be fair, which is surprising in the projects. As well. The field trips, which were mentioned, work quite well. So people who are heavily against can turn into advocates for the wind parks, that's for sure. And there was a lot of talk about the direct jobs that can be created with the new industry, but it's also about the indirect jobs. So what we are hearing when we go to the municipality, and not so much on the community level, that also, but on the municipal level, the local politicians want something also. So the electricity part is tricky. It goes wherever it wants to go, but the jobs, it's indirect. But this is definitely, we see a lot of benefit for the local community as well. Indirect jobs, because of new industry in the area.
And also the direct jobs, because in Finland there are also some of the smaller municipalities. For example, one is also in middle of Finland. They have something like 600 something inhabitants in the municipality. And there is actually the largest onshore wind farm being built, and the locals are really much waiting for it because it creates jobs. And also the other one I was talking where there is now the existing biggest onshore wind farm, they said that they have about 26 persons who are local persons who are working directly to this wind farm. Technicians and other jobs. Plus, of course, they said that there was also a bit more in the building period, but still now, because not all the technicians are local, so there is also those indirect jobs involved. Markus, you have something to add to this?
Well, in general, as said, we don't have much time. Sadly, we're going to have less and less time as the time passes on, because technologies develop relatively faster all the time, but our thinking and our legislation often doesn't keep up anymore. And that's another reason why I think, for example, education is super important. Because this is where we can actually take whatever the age group is. Of course, the earlier you start, the better, the faster we can make the change. But that is also where I think we can help other age groups as well. And this is why I think it's super good to see that we have training centers that are turning into looking at, okay, we need to do this already, and moving on with these things. So I think education is one of the key things, not only with wind in general, with sustainability in environmental and social parts, and the economics and opportunities of those economics as well.
Sorry, the same way we were talking about the indirect jobs and direct jobs, and if you're talking about the wind parks, and if you have this huge park which is supposed to come in the Liivi, and when we have the offshore wind turbines, we can also make the trips there. We can have the big hotel in the front, we can have a lot of jobs there in the local wise.
Yes, of course, because everybody needs to live somewhere. Some are locals, but probably some are still coming from somewhere else.
But if we go for the locals with that way, that we are going to create a numerous amount of jobs for you. Yes, you have a tourists who are coming and going, but the coastal line is anyway, it's a touristic place. Pärnu is a touristic place. So end of the day, you choose where you live.
Yep, kind of. About the educational, Merit, how do you think your Saaremaa will benefit from the studies? I mean, like the local community, how they will benefit from those studies for the wind industry?
Which kind of studies do you mean?
I mean, in general, I don't want to go very specific because you have different wind industry studies.
We benefit all the time.
Yeah, but some examples that what are the benefits? I want some examples because you have them.
Community grows. We are able to bring in more qualified people with higher value jobs. We can offer, as a community and municipality, can offer more jobs, positions in general at all. It means for us, we have much more and better opportunities to offer new study programs. New people mean new families, new children, new options and possibilities. And qualified persons are quite difficult to find. What do you think? Is it easy to hire a Spider-Man? Is it easy to find and speak him and, oh, come to Saaremaa? But if we have some cherry to offer to him, but what we have here, and oh, by the way, do you have a wife? You can take her with him. Oh, you have children? Okay, come with us. Come all with your family, and we have to all offer something.
Okay, and Tea, as you are also from the school, so how do you see that your education will help the Pärnumaa community or Pärnu or just your?
Because as we know, Pärnumaa is one of the biggest county in whole Estonia, and we have the 7 parishes there, and we already have the wind parks up, and some of them are still under built or construction. But we talk about it's a huge part of, it's a part of Estonia. It's a very big county, but actually it's not. Estonia is so tiny. You can take 6-hour ride and you're one side to another of the Estonia. And obviously it's slightly more different for Saaremaa because you're an island, but when you're on the land, it's easy to travel. And when you think that you come and study there, you can work basically next door. You don't need to go to the neighboring country. And I think it's a very good opportunity. And when the more parishes or the local governments are seeing that we need more education as well, or the more opportunities for the youth families to come, or some subsidy for them to come and live here. And I think that's a very good opportunity for them. Because at the end of the day, Tallinn is not Estonia.
Yeah,
Estonia is everywhere. And we just can't concentrate that the money only comes to Tallinn. It needs to be somehow divided between all these counties. And when we have this, just like Merit said, the cherry of the top, then this is the cherry of Pärnu and Saaremaa.
And I want to add that you have wind parks on land,
yes,
but we don't have any offshore wind parks at the moment in Estonia. So the biggest benefit would be actually the wind park on the sea itself, because from that point we will have practical experience and people could see that. Until that moment where all the decisions will come from community, mostly based on emotions, assumptions, prejudices and feelings and fears. They don't know. None of us knows exactly what means actually offshore wind park.
Okay, we don't know exactly what means offshore wind park, but Markus knows what it means to live together with onshore wind park. Please share your experience from Paldiski.
Yep. Well, as I said before, then no one thinks about it anymore. Because because it's been there so long, there's I think next to our development already, the closest wind turbine is 750 meters. Well, because also the peninsula of Paldiski is the whole city of Paldiski, and it's also, I think, 1.2 kilometers from the city center, from the heart of Paldiski. People don't notice it. They look at it as a tourist attraction because most of the people who go there are people who go for hikes and then they make pictures, or visitors from other places who want to learn about wind turbines. I also, just to confirm, called the mayor of Paldiski today in the morning to see that if they have gotten any complaints. He says he doesn't remember when they got the last complaint or anything. They have, other problems like, do I have enough jobs? Those are the important things. Now they're also developing this harbor part for offshore wind park servicing and actually construction there as well. I think they want to have a school or something there as well for that. So they're rather looking at different problems, as I've found out also from different research. Then the basic problems always come down to the main things. Do I have a roof over my head? Do I have a job? Do I have can I feed my family? So if you go down to the very root causes, then you usually, that's why I also say go there rather early than late, even if it's too early, as you say, rather do that. So in a lot of cases, you will find the underlying reason. And today, wind farms in Paldiski aren't the underlying reason. There are some other reasons usually.
This is exactly my point. That until we don't have any offshore wind farms, the main obstacle would be the fear itself, not the objective of a fear. They fear the unknown.
Exactly.
They fear the fear, actually, not the unknown.
And that's why they feel that it's unknown, and why people are lying to them. For example, sometimes even like the most extreme cases is that when you go too late with the plans, even if you have the most well-constructed argument with the best research ever, then they don't believe you. It's as simple as that. That's why you just need to go and talk to them as fast as possible, whatever you want to do.
I have also experienced close to Paldiski. I have been there at the shore village for 10 years, spending some time of my summers there. And I could say that actually the wind park is not disturbing at all. And even if I have been living close to sea all my life, I like the sea, I like the horizon, so on. But sometimes it gets boring. And then it is good to have something up there to give some perspective to the sea. This is also my view, that I also agree with Markus that if you are there long enough, you don't feel that it's anything what bothers you.
It's the harbor. There's a cargo harbor next to Paldiski as well, or two of them actually even. Mm-hmm. And they definitely make more vibration and noise than a wind farm does. People make more complaints about, they don't make complaints about the wind farm, but they make complaints about that. So there's that could be also one of the reasons. Of course, I don't know, because no one has never done research, that they are not complaining about the wind farm because they have an industrial harbor next to them. Could be, not scientifically proven. So, but in general, they have other issues in that sense, and I guess that's well, your point is totally true, that because they haven't had it is a problem. But now we also can prove that if we had gone and talked to people early enough and started educating them early enough, would we have this problem today? Would we be talking about this today? This is again a hypothesis, but we can't prove it anymore because the talk is so loud already.
But sorry, but isn't that a good example to give to the people that, you know, you have a wind farm and you have the harbor here, and look at the noise difference.
Yes.
So, you know, people can actually see that, and when you visualize something very simply to them, then they understand that, you know, the aha moment is coming. And sometimes, just like you mentioned, that, you know, the trips are very popular, so let's start the trips now.
Yeah, so we must make some trips to Paldiski, I understand, from the areas. So all developers, if you have people who are against, then let's arrange trip, Markus helps you, to Paldiski to see how it is actually close there. Maybe spend even some days there so that they can see more.
Well, there's
and
another...
got the feeling.
There's another example as well. It's Paldiski, and actually if you take Ida-Virumaa, which is also mostly industrial area. The wind parks there didn't go up because of different reasons, but like some of them did, some didn't. Not going to go into details, but again, it's more, people are taking it more positively because I guess there's other industry as well. So they're used to it. So one industry is switching to another. Maybe it's easier to take because they know what to expect. Maybe. Again, I haven't done any research on that, but this is one possibility.
I think they do not expect because it's so different. But Klaus, now I want it because you are not operating in somewhere where the wind parks are already. So you are in the communities when people are still like kind of... So please tell about your first steps. You said that you must do it even earlier than you think, but just maybe about the first steps, and have you seen like people change their minds?
So basically what we do is we have quite a thorough map analysis done already when we go there. We have quite detailed plans already, but we don't show them at the first introduction. We want to ask people what, if there was something, what they would want in return. So basically there is this fixed fee in place in regulation, but on top of that. So we have agreed on some very interesting things with local people. So the easiest ones are related to roads, obviously, but also some kind of cultural centers nearby. And we see that these are the people that are actually active. What I wanted to point out also is an interesting paradox when we say that people are afraid of change and unknown, then you would suspect that this is like some kind of very native person who has lived there for generations. But in most cases, the people who are most vocal against are the owners of summer houses or who have moved there. So they don't have too much connection, but they are there by choice, and now this choice is somehow threatened.
Okay, so the people who came there and among the persons who have been there, they already changed something, but they don't want any more changes. Yeah. Okay, they want to keep it as it is. I see. Okay, from Finland also that there is not that kind of fixed fee, but also the wind farm owners, developers, they also voluntarily help local communities like sports schools or very much is cultural and sports things and for kids also, that they don't have to, but as they want to also like to be in good relationships, so we still come very much to the money. But this is also what ladies talked here, that it's also about jobs for local people and more people coming live to the area, but of course lightens up the life there. So what else we can do though to get the bananas to the people around the wind turbines? Merit, you have some idea?
Yes. If developers or anyone wants to do something in the beginning, the most common mistake what people do if I go to a community to introduce the business plan, the business idea, whatever, the mistake is they are going to sell to community their solution or idea instead of they should sell the problem of a community or dreams of a community. So this is a principle change.
Yeah, and this is what Klaus was just talking, also Markus.
Sell the problem, not your solution.
This is what they have also experienced, that you must turn it like vice versa. Tea, do you have any ideas?
No, I just started to thought about it that, but when you go and try to sell the dreams or the problems or something like that, do they actually know? Or, some people are just there to complain. Like we just have a bunch of people and we have just resolutely decided that we don't want that wind turbine or farm here, that we want to be just like you mentioned the summer house, that I have bought this summer house with the heavy money for myself. I come here for the weekend. I want to have the quiet and peace. I let my kids out, my dog out. I don't want to talk to anybody. And we all know that Estonians don't like each other. We want to have the space. We know that. And now when you think this way, that we can go obviously approach the community and say that, you have a problem, we have a solution, why don't we have the win-win situation here? So you want the clubhouse or this local community house, we can build the roads and we just put the wind farm here. But I think that it actually is going to change once when we come down to the electricity prices. Because right now, still looking to the electricity price, it's kind of very high.
Yep. But coming back to the process, then I would say it's the momentum also, what the dynamic will be in this particular community. So if you get the right persons and they are the first to take, if there's this kind of official meeting, then and whatever is said first will echo in the meeting room as well. So that part is quite clear as well.
So you must at first reach the positive people, because we know that Estonians are the persons who say out something loud if they don't like it. If they are something, they are not happy. If they are happy, then they are silent. So you must at first find the right persons.
Yes, and that's the virtual share part that we actually want to motivate. That not only the people who are against and take their time to go 6 o'clock in the evening to some stuffy room to yell, then the other people come.
They are so motivated, they are so focused and prepared to be against something.
They have a whole day they have prepared for that. We are going to have a fight today.
I would offer a good solution. They would have to realize how much energy it takes to be against something. So we could offer it.
They have plenty of energy, Markus, please.
No, there's always this person, or usually it's one or two people who are always against. You can't do anything against that. But I think you shouldn't waste your energy only fighting it against that person. I mean, change management in the sense, we've been talking, that you need to go early and talk to them, but change management has a very concrete different types of frameworks and different processes you can take. Which type of people you should first find, how to do it. I mean, Suddenly doesn't do it in a way as well that we'll just go offer them some virtual shares and it's done. It's a huge process in the back. Same for us. We look at what type of different communities we have. For example, in Tallinn, in our development, we have 18 different interest groups that we are looking at. From people who come to surf around our area, to local social houses, to local different housing groups, up to schools and things like that. So there's a lot of different groups, and you have to really understand which ones are the most important ones in the beginning, and how do you get this positive or at least constructive word-to-mouth currency moving. This is vital that the pre-work there is done, and this is why often cases either it's done wrong because people don't want to spend so much time, because planning is the least beneficial in terms of money, because you spend but you don't generate any let's say, short-term monetary value from it. So that's why it's often not done. And the second thing is that it's done too hastily and too fast because people don't have experience. It's simple to talk to people. I'll just go and talk to them. No, it's not that simple. And you can really screw it up.
This assumption is one of the biggest mistakes.
Yes, exactly. So you really need to take time and either in the first place hire a professional who has done proper change management or introducing things, ask that people to come in. We have worked with them, we have gone to different schoolings, we have actually built our own framework to do it, and this is how we try to manage it. So far it's not perfect, there have been mistakes obviously, but then if you go and say loudly, yes, we made a mistake, then usually we can actually move forward from there instead of staying quiet and not saying anything. And then again, everyone's like, okay, they don't admit it even. So it's very about, I think, management has been transforming towards more open and transparent method, I think. And also these social issues, as in ESG and everything anyways, I think need to be taken a bit more widely than just within your own company, but also outside and who are you affecting.
Experience is speaking.
Yes, we can see that we have experience, not from building wind park, but basically how to involve the communities in a good way. And I think if some developers need help, we have two guys who are ready. Okay, one is working for partly wind industry. Maybe he's not so keen, but I'm pretty sure that Markus is ready to help with this knowledge. So there are still a couple of minutes. Are there any questions? I know it is evening. Everybody is already kind of bored.
These ones who are not sleeping, you can ask now.
Yes. And the wine and beer will be coming soon. Very soon.
My name is Andrei Belly. I'm independent consultant and also affiliated in a Finnish University of Eastern Finland. The question is to the vocational schools. Have you ever considered, or maybe done already, applications to the EU lifelong programs? Because they have basically this kind of like basic funds, which can be up to 30,000 euros, which basically help involving the industry. Have you ever considered it in your business plan picture? Thank you.
We have used some type of funds, mostly this European social funds. We have also used Erasmus funds for it. But I'm sorry if I missed you, if I misunderstood you. You were talking about which fund? Okay. Okay. Yes, we have used the funds because we're mostly using it for the mobility or for the different type of projects. And then also we have asked money from the funds, yes. But there's always a lack of money.
Any more questions? Seemingly, okay, there is one.
Thank you. Is this alive? Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Linda Austere. I wanted to ask about the individual contributions once the overall policy about, let's say, shared cost of all developers, a fund or whatever it is as a financial instrument has been accepted. So everybody contributes to the shared pot. But still, you can continue contributing individually. And I wonder how you came to this decision. I believe it's Finland, was it, as an example, that you still contribute to communities as a company, besides the contribution that is already put into the common shared pot? And what are the arguments for and against, maybe, if there are other experiences in other countries? Thank you.
So I, by myself, don't have, because we are not developers, we are not the owners. So it's not so much about my area, as I said. So maybe Klaus knows better about the...
So if the question was why are we going beyond the state scheme, it's fairly obvious. Just if you don't get the agreement with the community, what we are doing in parallel as well is the environmental studies. So we are not waiting for the official procedures to actually come to the same level. We do these things in parallel or even in advance. We get the agreement with the community, then we see that on the municipal level, the local council is also more eager to make some decisions. Because there are, in our portfolio, obviously there are examples where we haven't reached out that fast as we had anticipated or wanted, and there are real problems with that. So the local politicians are working against.
And I think it's pretty much about goodwill also, that you just voluntarily you want to support the community because you kind of understand that it's like something what is not naturally there. Mm. And as you are getting money from it, so I even cannot now think about reasons why it may be having, why it may be wrong or something like this.
Maybe from organization point of view as well. I just currently went through the development interviews with employees, and this was brought up quite a lot, that people like working because we offer more than it's needed.
I'll quickly add maybe to this as well, because yes, we don't build wind parks, but we build real estate in that sense, and we take it a step beyond for two reasons. One, and as you just mentioned, is that it's actually much better to attract talent to your own company, because people are getting more and more aware of it. And the second part is that in a lot of cases, we are trying to look for what is the opportunity. So for example, in Paldiski, if we give back and talk more to the community and actually look how we can integrate them, then we have an economic incentive to do that, because eventually the return for us will be better. The same in Tallinn as well. We see that if we actually do this social and environmental side, then we attract much more investment from outside of Estonia as well. And the second part is that the eventual value per square meter for us actually is higher. And that doesn't always necessarily mean that all the apartments are super expensive. That also might mean that we can actually afford social housing or affordable housing, and still we have an economic benefit. So there is a lot of opportunity in these financial models, especially when we are going now towards sustainable finance in general, and where Europe is moving anyways.
So now our time is over, and over by a couple of minutes. I thank you very much. At first I said that, let's do some pre-discussion and see if we fill the time. Now it seems that we could talk more even. But that's it for today. Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you for the public as well.
Thank you very much, dear panel. This concludes the discussion without wine, but discussions with wine will follow, meaning that I kindly invite you all to take part in the reception by the Dutch ambassador. This will go on for the next 2 hours at least, so everything that you haven't yet discussed without wine will be open to discussion with wine. But of course, our conference continues tomorrow. We will begin the morning session looking in depth the Dutch experience. That will start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, followed by grid auctions and permitting, something that we already started today, but we will dive even deeper tomorrow. And we will end the day tomorrow with a discussion about new enabling technologies, also looking at the perspective of hydrogen, among others. Thank you so much for the first day, and enjoy the reception. Thank you for the Dutch ambassador for this kind invitation, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.